Chapter 319. Meridian and soul merging into the body was a sign of reaching the martial marquis realm. It was qualitatively different from the meridian spirit realm, as it had completely merged with the meridian and soul. Awo! The white-robed middle-aged man's wolf-like body pounced at Ghost Child, and a wolf claw pressed down on the sky. "You're using all your strength? Unfortunately, it's not enough." Seeing the opponent using all his strength, Ghost Child's pupils shrank. Suddenly, a light spread in his eyes, and a dark color covered his eyes. Suddenly, there was an indescribable ghostly coldness, and black Xian Qi and runes flashed. 9 Serenities kill. The dark murderous aura gathered into a claw. Ghost Child didn't dodge, and clashed with the wolf claw. Crackle. In such a collision, dazzling energy runes bloomed, and a deep sonic boom resounded. The white-robed middle-aged man's wolf claw was destroyed. Die! Ghost Child's voice was short and terrifying. Then, another sharp claw that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart landed on the ferocious wolf head. The white-robed middle-aged man held on for a short while, and then his head was torn apart by Ghost Child's claw. Finally, Ghost Child killed him. Bang! Under the general's palm, his aura suppressed the mountains and rivers, and a bald middle-aged man turned into a bloody mist. Crackle! Almost at the same time, ancient runes spread on Guo Xiaofeng's practitioner weapons, and a sword light tore the sky apart. The spiritual weapon of a long-haired man in short clothes was destroyed, and his chest was pierced by the ancient rune sword shadow. Blood spurted out, and his vitality dissipated. Rolling demonic aura swept through the sky. Li Yuxiao activated the Demon Slayer sword, and cut down his opponent in midair. Wu Kei and Gu Xinyan's beautiful and seductive bodies were wrapped in runes. They also killed their opponents in almost the same time. Crackle! Beiming Feng waved his fire blade, and flames rose into the sky, illuminating the sky as if it was daytime. He also cut down his opponent. Crackle! But at the same time, an old man in plain clothes appeared behind Beiming Feng. Passing through the flames, the mysterious aura of the martial marquis realm erupted, and his palm landed directly on Beiming Feng. Bang! Beiming Feng's body staggered and fell to the ground. He staggered a few steps before he could stabilize his body. Blood began to flow out from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the long-robed elder who had been severely injured by Du Xiaofu's punch. At this moment, the long-robed elder had already struggled to get up. His eyes were filled with shock as he communicated with his martial vein. The mysterious runes of the talisman appeared and a strange beast covered in scales suddenly appeared. Destroy! The golden light figure rushed out and displayed the sky-shaking wings. One of its hands was like a palm leaf fan as it quickly landed in front of the long-robed old man who had not fully activated his pulse soul. The old man's body was violently sent flying and the strange beast's illusory image suddenly shattered. Boom! With a punch, a bloody hole appeared in the chest of the old man in the long gown. The second martial lord had fallen at the hands of Du Xiaofu. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the 14 martial lords had fallen. Only 5 remained, and the remaining 5 were at the mysterious level of the martial lords. The 5 martial marquis realm mysterious level cultivators had serious gazes and did not continue to attack. The 8 young men and women all had the strength to kill martial lords at the initial level, which proved that they had the strength to fight against martial lords at the mysterious level. At this moment, the 5 of them had no chance of winning against the 8 extraordinary young men and women. However, if they were to leave so easily, they would not be satisfied. Seeing the mysterious spirit heavenly vine in front of their eyes but not being able to get it, one could imagine how they felt. Woo! At this moment, a demonic beast screeched in midair. A huge flying demonic beast flew over and appeared on this messy mountain range that was almost razed to the ground. Swoosh swoosh. 6 figures floated in mid-air and released their auras. 3 of them were at the initial level of the martial lords, 2 were at the mysterious level of the martial lords, and 1 was at the nirvana realm. The release of these 6 auras caused General Zai, Gu Xinyan, and the other 5 mysterious martial lords to have ugly expressions. Whoosh! On the back of the flying demonic beast, a young man in a black shirt jumped down and floated beside the 6 martial lords. His eyes were filled with arrogance and viciousness. He was the young master of the black killing sect, Xue Yunming. Xue Yunming's gaze immediately landed on Wuxia and Gu Xinyan. His vicious and unruly gaze instantly became sluggish. It was as if his soul had been sucked away. He was unable to return to his senses for a long time. He had never met such an enchanting and elegant woman in the entire dark city, let alone get close to one. However, when Xue Yunming's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His gaze fiercely twitched, and he opened his mouth in shock. "It's you." Xue Yunming recognized Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had taken off his cloak. Xue Yunming naturally would not forget the purple-robed young man who had killed so many of his black killing sect's elite disciples. In the end, even when the second elder intervened, the purple-robed young man was also rescued. The treasure that the sect was looking for was also in the hands of that young man. After so long, the black killing sect had searched the entire dark forest, but they still could not find any news of that young man. They thought that he had been rescued by that mysterious expert. "Yes, it's me." Du Xiaofu's expression was gloomy. At this moment, the purple robe on his shoulder was tattered, and there were faint traces of golden blood seeping out. Xue Yunming had seen him before, so he could naturally recognize him at a glance. "You're the one who bought the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine with a cloak. I really didn't expect to find it so easily after searching high and low for it." Xue Yunming looked at Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan beside him. Suddenly, he recognized Du Xiaofu, the one who had competed with him for the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine in the Mu family's trading house. Xue Yunming immediately laughed. Today, he could take revenge for both old and new grudges. Whoosh, whoosh, following the shocking battle here, a large number of flowing light figures also swept into the surrounding air. Waves of aura descended, and the flowing light spread. There was no lack of experts in the martial lord realm among them. Many figures who had rushed over saw the huge scene below, and there were a few martial lord realm corpses lying on the ground. For a moment, they did not understand the situation and did not dare to casually attack. Instead, they all watched from the sidelines. Looking at the increasing number of figures rushing over, there was no lack of experts in the martial lord realm among them. Among the 6 martial lord realm experts from the Black Killing sect, the martial lord realm Nirvana realm cultivator's expression turned serious. He whispered something to Xue Yunming with a cold expression. He did not show too much respect to Xue Yunming. Instead, Xue Yunming was extremely respectful to him. After hearing that, Xue Yunming looked at the increasing number of figures around him. His gaze darkened, and he looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said arrogantly, "Kid, hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine, and we can let go of our grudge today. Otherwise, you can't escape." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past the increasing number of figures in the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on Xue Yunming. His gaze became extremely sincere, and there was even fear and dread in his eyes. He said, "Only now did I know that you're the young master of the Black Fiend sect. All right, I'll hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine, and our past grievances will be written off." As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu took out a Qianquan bag from his chest. Runes surged, and then a rectangular brocade box that was half a person's length and half a meter high appeared in his hand. "Young master, I will hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine to you. Remember, our grudges are written off." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he opened the brocade box in his hand. In an instant, a dazzling light spread out from the brocade box. The light soared into the sky, and energy rippled through the air. At that moment, within the dazzling light, one could vaguely see a vine in the brocade box. However, before anyone could see it clearly, Du Xiaofu had already closed the brocade box. The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. That is the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Many people in the surroundings had chased after them from the auction. They had all seen the brocade box and the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Although it was only a glimpse, it was enough for everyone to see that it was the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Everyone's eyes immediately turned red. Young master, catch. The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine is yours. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he immediately threw the brocade box in his hand to Shui Yunming, who was flying low in the air. Shui Yunming was still in a state of shock when Du Xiaofu really threw out the brocade box in his hand. How could he have imagined that the purple-robed youth would actually hand over the precious treasure, the mysterious spirit heavenly vine, to him? In fact, Shui Yunming had just said it casually at the beginning. How could he have spared the brat after handing over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine? One should know that the brat had taken away the treasure of the black killing sect. However, Shui Yunming had never expected that the purple-robed youth would actually hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine because of his words. Could it be that the brat was really afraid of his identity as the young master? The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine is mine. After a short moment of shock, Shui Yunming also recovered from his shock. He immediately stretched out his hand and reached for the brocade box. It's the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Snatch it. Everyone's eyes were blazing. At this moment, they saw the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine with their own eyes. How could they bear it? So what if the black killing sect was here? Walala. One by one, the martial marquis realm experts immediately took action to snatch it. Runes exploded and mysterious chi surged crazily. All of them were fighting for the brocade box. Bastard! Who dares to snatch the item of the black killing sect? The 6 martial marquis realm experts from the black killing sect immediately took action together. They released their energy, especially the martial marquis realm expert. His aura suppressed everything. Chapter 320. Bang! 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 Air billowed in the air, flattening mountains and forests. Go, let's go. Du Xiaofu stared at the sky, a cold smile on his face. He whispered to the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others, who were just as shocked. Celestial chi surged beneath his feet, and he immediately fled. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others were still in shock that Du Xiaofu had really handed the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine over to the Black Fiend sect. But when they saw Du Xiaofu leave, they gritted their teeth and followed, retreating quickly. Right now, everyone's eyes were on the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine in the brocade box. Who would pay attention to Du Xiaofu and the others? Even if they did, no one would pay them any attention. The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine had already been handed over. Who would care about that purple-robed youth? Their only goal was the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Du Xiaofu, did you really hand the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine over to the Black Fiend sect? Along the way, the general and Gu Xinyan were the first to catch up to Du Xiaofu. Their gazes were serious. What do you think? Du Xiaofu sped up. He had just met the general and the others. Du Xiaofu was not surprised. When he had set off for the Dark City for the second time, he had already arranged for the general and the others to wait for him in the vicinity. Could it be that you gave a fake mysterious spirit heaven-span vine? Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes shone, but she was also puzzled. She had seen the exact same brocade box with her own eyes, and the green vine inside. Even if Du Xiaofu had faked it, he could not have done it so quickly. However, based on Gu Xinyan's understanding of Du Xiaofu these days, she felt that Du Xiaofu was not the kind of person who would really hand over the mysterious spirit heavenspan vine. Let's escape first. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking to Gu Xinyan, he turned to the general and asked, "Where are the others? Shall we meet up first and then return to the academy?" "They are not strong enough. Luo Tianchen and Tai Hu are injured. I told them to wait at the front," the general said. Night enveloped the area. On a mountain top, a couple of figures stared solemnly at the rune light that soared into the sky in the distance. "Could it be that they've met an expert?" said Ouyang Shuang to the king-scaled demonic tiger next to her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "Don't worry. With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to escape," Luo Tianchen said to Ouyang Shuang. After a few days of treatment, he looked much better than before. Whoosh! After Luo Tianchen said that, a few beams of light appeared in front of them. They were Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan and the others. "You're all back." When Ouyang Shuang, Luo Tianchen, Tai Hu and Pan Yu saw Du Xiaofu, the general and the others, they immediately gathered around them. Their knitted brows relaxed a little. "Let's leave this place and return to the academy. Quick!" the general said to everyone. It was not a good time to stay. "Let's go." Luo Tianchen, Tai Hu, Ouyang Shuang and Pan Yu nodded. The four of them were already prepared to leave at any time. What a good plan. "But since you're all here, stay here. Don't leave," said a cold voice. It sounded as if it came from afar, but it also sounded as if it came from the surroundings. The voice was extremely faint. "We can't leave." The general looked around and seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly became serious. Whoosh! In mid-air, the sound of wind breaking didn't cause much noise. Then, high up in the sky, 9 flowing light figures directly appeared. The light converged, and the leading silver-haired young man stood in the air. His glossy silver hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall, loosely tied up with a monochromatic ribbon. He looked handsome, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss in the night. Beside the silver-haired man stood a gray-robed man. Under the gray-robed man's face, a long scar could be seen on his forehead, covered by the hair on his forehead. His eyes glowed with a gray-white light in the night, appearing exceptionally strange. Behind the gray-robed man, there was a black-robed old man and 5 masked men. Beside the gray-robed man, Ghost Claw was among them. His eyes were cold and his aura was cold. "It's Ghost Claw. It's them. The people who ambushed us at the 4 Seas Inn were indeed with Ghost Claw." When they saw the 9 figures, the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others all had grave expressions on their faces. "That person is so powerful." Du Xiaofu raised his head and his gaze landed on the silver-haired man. When the silver-haired man appeared, there was no fluctuation of aura. However, the temperature in the air started to drop. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth had been quietly changed. This kind of aura silently made Du Xiaofu feel an extreme sense of danger. The students of Tianwu Academy are indeed not weak. As expected of Tianwu Academy. However, the current Tianwu Academy is much weaker than before. In the air, the silver-haired man's gaze swept across the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei and the rest. In the end, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and he asked, "You are Du Xiaofu?" "That's right." Du Xiaofu looked at the silver-haired man and suppressed the sense of danger in his heart. His profound chi fluctuated and he was on guard. This person was able to change the energy of heaven and earth with the invisible fluctuation of aura around him. This kind of strength was not ordinary. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. You were able to make a fool out of the Black Fiend sect by framing them. However, you can't fool me." The silver-haired young man looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile. His eyes were cold as he said softly, no wonder someone specially mentioned you in front of me and told me to take the opportunity to get rid of you, so as to avoid endless future troubles. Are you also from the Dark Nether sect? Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. This person actually knew that the mysterious spirit heavenly vine that he had given Shui Yunming was a fake. This plan could be said to be flawless. Only the fort master of the Mu clan fort and himself knew about it. Even the fake mysterious spirit heavenly vine was personally arranged by Mu Mingqing. An ordinary person would not be able to tell the difference at a glance. Of the 3 Qiankuan bags obtained from Mu Mingqing, one contained the real mysterious spirit heavenly vine, one contained the headless corpse, and the 3rd Qiankuan bag contained the fake mysterious spirit heavenly vine. In Du Xiaofu and Mu Mingqing's plan, they would throw out the fake mysterious spirit heavenly vine at the crucial moment to divert attention and seize the opportunity to escape. However, Du Xiaofu did not expect this silver-haired man, who had appeared out of nowhere, to know about it so clearly. From the silver-haired man's words, it seemed like someone was secretly watching him. It seemed like he had offended quite a number of people. When they heard Du Xiaofu mention the Dark Nether sect, the grey-robed man, the black-clad old man, and the 5 men wearing the cotton seeds changed their expressions. They did not expect their identities to be unknowingly exposed. It seems like you know too much and must die. Then, all of you will die. The silver-haired man's expression changed. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as if they had silently fallen into an ice cave. TSK, do it. I want Gu Xinyan. You can deal with the rest. Ghost Claw's cold voice came out in the dark night. His eyes were deep in his eye sockets. His eyes were red and filled with extreme coldness, giving people a creepy feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate at all. He stomped on the air and his figure flashed towards Gu Xinyan. Fight! The general shouted. His aura soared into the sky and hovered in the air. The general ranked first on the martial roll is still too young. Today, he will die in the dark forest. As soon as he shouted, the grey-robed man's eyes were filled with coldness. He directly blocked the general's path. 9 Nether is too young. Ghost child, I will deal with you first. The black-clad old man said coldly. His figure suddenly pounced toward Ghost child. Fingerprints shot out along with the sound of wind breaking. The sharp wind tore through the air and swept toward Ghost child in an instant. Ghost child's pupils shrank. The tip of his foot touched the ground. Light black celestial chi surged like liquid and covered his body. In an instant, he retreated dozens of feet. Crackle. As Ghost Child retreated, several fingerprints fell around Ghost Child. The fingerprints destroyed the ground and a large number of cracks spread out. Jade Girl Gu Xinyan, TSK. You captured me last time. This time, I will settle the score with you. But don't worry, I will let you die comfortably. Ghost Claw let out a sinister chuckle. His words were ear-piercing and his eyes were filled with filth. Within a short period of time, his figure appeared in front of Gu Xinyan in the blink of an eye like a ghost. As his words sounded out, numerous mysterious symbols surged out from his shriveled ghost claw-like hands. Crackle. A cold aura spread out from Ghost Claw's body. Under that cold aura, the celestial chi in Gu Xinyan's body slowed down a little. But in a short period of time, Gu Xinyan's hand seals condensed. Runes covered the sky and began to fight against Ghost Claw. Let's end this quickly. The sooner we finish this, the better. The mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine is also with you. Let's kill you first. The silver-haired man stared at Du Xiaofu, his voice faintly discernible. That indifferent tone of his made it seem as if everything was a matter of course, as if he didn't care about Du Xiaofu at all. His silhouette stepped out, as if he could traverse the vast sky, striding towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 321. Du Xiaofu, take the mysterious spirit heavenly vine and leave first. Quick! Li Yuxiao bellowed. His dark red robes fluttered in the wind as a red glow flickered in his eyes. A demonic aura overflowed from his body, causing dark clouds to form in the sky. Dazzling crimson light filled the sky as a sinister wind blew in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, covering the sky. Demonic sword triple kill. Without any delay, Li Yuxiao's demon-slaying sword swept through the sky and gathered 3 blade lights. They were like 3 roaring demonic blades. The blood-black runes bloomed like a bright moon, wanting to turn this space into a demonic land. The 3 demonic swords covered the sky as Li Yuxiao blocked the silver-haired man with his full strength. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from the silver-haired man. Although you're not weak, you're still too weak before me. Facing Li Yuxiao's 3 demonic blades, the demonic aura surged and covered the area. The silver-haired man's eyes moved slightly, and a dazzling pale white light suddenly spread out. Runes wrapped around his body, and his aura suddenly rose sharply. His aura suddenly suppressed everything for no reason. That kind of fluctuation made everyone suddenly feel fear. Chi la la. The silver-haired man stepped forward, suppressing everything. His aura seemed to have sealed the entire space. Then, he waved his hand slightly at the 3 demonic blades, neutralizing the 3 demonic blades that were about to collapse before him. He easily destroyed the 3 demonic blades into nothingness. Chi. Then, the silver-haired man strangely appeared in front of Li Yuxiao. A stream of pale white runic energy swept across Li Yuxiao's body. Li Yuxiao wanted to retreat, but he realized that there was one thing he couldn't do. Facing the silver-haired man, the blood in his body was rushing chaotically and his body was in intense pain. It was as though his body was on the verge of shattering under the pressure of the silver-haired man. Puchi. When the energy gushed over, Li Yuxiao could no longer endure it. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his body was sent flying. He fell from the sky and crashed into a towering tree, suffering a heavy blow. Too strong. The crowd from Tianwu Academy was dumbstruck. How terrifying was the silver-haired man. Li Yuxiao's full strength was actually unable to withstand a single move from him. How terrifying was his strength. Li Yuxiao. Du Xiaofu leaped to Li Yuxiao's side and supported the heavily injured and bleeding Li Yuxiao. Du Xiaofu's eyes were bloodshot. Li Yuxiao had blocked the silver-haired man's attack for him, but he had been severely injured in one move. He no longer had the strength to fight and was probably half dead. Qianluo sword technique. Guo Xiaofeng shot through the air, the Qianluo sword dancing in the air. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding space was in chaos. Large swaths of sword shadows crisscrossed in the air. Crude runes blossomed and danced in the air, as if they wanted to destroy the universe. Chi la la, the sword image was about to pierce through space. Dazzling symbols shone resplendently as a dazzling mist spread out and enveloped the area. Its imposing aura suppressed the sky and was accompanied by a supreme pressure. Suddenly, it was as if an enormous cocoon of sword light had enveloped the silver-haired man. A practitioner weapon that is not weak is still too weak. An indifferent voice rang out from the sword shadow cocoon. Then, a pale white light shot out from the sword shadow cocoon. As the silver-haired man flew out, the sword shadow cocoon instantly shattered into runes that filled the sky. Puchi. As the sword shadow cocoon shattered, Guo Xiaofeng seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated with a pale face. Chi. Fire blade beaming foam appeared beside the silver-haired man. His pitch-black eyes seemed to be on the verge of erupting with fiery runes. The fiery blade in his hand swept across the sky and along with the spreading flames, it engulfed the silver-haired man. Never-ending. How irritating. The silver-haired man snorted coldly. He seemed to have been enraged. Amidst the torrential flames, a pale white rune hand shot out and destroyed the flames. With a momentum as fast as lightning, it grabbed Fire Blade Bai Mingfeng's neck. Not good. Everyone from Tianwu Academy was alarmed. At this moment, they couldn't help but exclaim. And just as everyone had been worried about the most, in front of everyone's eyes, Fire Blade Bai Mingfeng's body was crushed by the silver-haired man in midair. His body was crushed into a bloody mist that scattered across the night sky. Bai Mingfeng, Tai Hu, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, and the rest yelled. The eyes of the general, Ghost Child, and Gu Xinyan, who were engaged in an intense battle, turned scarlet red. Brat, you shall die too. Your talent is not bad, but it's a pity. After killing Bai Mingfeng, the silver-haired man remained unmoved. Even his eyes didn't waver. His chilling gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. He swooped down and pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Chi! Suddenly, a stream of light shot out from the night sky like lightning and blocked Du Xiaofu's path. It's him. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The person who came was the one who helped him and Gu Xinyan to fend off the Martial Lord Realm Nirvana Realm cloaked figure. When the cloaked figure appeared, he suddenly waved his hand. Surges of mystic chi and runes collided with the silver-haired man. A horrifying aura exploded. It was even more domineering than the general and Gu Xinyan. Bang, bang, bang. In the night sky, an intense battle broke out. Densely packed figures besieged the experts of the Black Kill sect. The runes were dazzling, and the collision of energy was like thunder. At that moment, the brocade box containing the mysterious spirit vine had already landed on Shui Yunming's body. Shui Yunming was overjoyed. He didn't expect the mysterious spirit vine to land on him so easily. However, he was besieged by experts that blotted out the sky and earth, so he couldn't escape at all. Several martial marquis experts from the Black Fiend sect surrounded Shui Yunming in a circular formation. Their expressions were rather ugly. Facing more and more attacks from the crowd from all directions, there was no lack of martial marquis experts. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted to death. In such a situation, it was likely that they would not be able to hold on for long. The mysterious spirit vine is on that brat. Seize it. Seize the mysterious spirit vine. The crowd broke out and attacked crazily. If it were one or two people, perhaps they wouldn't dare to attack the young master of the Black Kill sect in the dark forest. However, among the densely packed crowd, there were many experts who weren't from the dark forest. Especially with the temptation of the mysterious spirit vine, they naturally didn't have any scruples. Their eyes all surged with crimson red. Bang, bang, bang. Being besieged crazily, the few Martial Lord Realm experts from the Black Kill sect were also suffering. The few Martial Lord Realm experts who had just ascended to the Martial Lord Realm had already suffered heavy injuries. The strongest Martial Lord Realm expert at the Nirvana Realm was also unable to suppress everything under the overwhelming siege. He could only barely protect Shui Yunming. Bang! With a low muffled sound, one of the Martial Lord Realm experts from the Black Kill sect was swept away by the dense siege. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was forced back. Pfft! Immediately after, the second Martial Lord Realm expert from the Black Kill sect was also heavily injured. Hand over the mysterious spirit vine. A Martial Lord Realm expert at the mysterious spirit realm pounced towards Shui Yunming. This person was one of the last 5 Martial Lord Realm experts from the 14 that besieged Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan not long ago. At this moment, the mysterious spirit vine landed on Shui Yunming's body. They naturally locked onto Shui Yunming. Young master, be careful. The surrounding Martial Lord Realm experts from the Black Kill sect shouted. However, at this moment, they were locked onto by the dense attacks. It was difficult for them to escape. Pfft! Just as the martial lord realm expert pounced in front of Shui Yunming, the space in front of Shui Yunming suddenly fluctuated. Then, a black-clothed thin figure appeared. As the black-clothed thin figure appeared, a huge pressure suddenly descended. A monstrous evil aura also swept out, causing the entire surrounding to suddenly freeze. Not good. Under this pressure and monstrous baleful aura, the martial marquis old man, who was pouncing towards Shui Yunming, seemed to have suddenly felt something. His face immediately turned pale, and his eyes were quickly filled with shock. He suddenly began to retreat. At the same time, an arrogant and furious laughter resounded through the sky. Looks like there are more and more people who don't put my Black Kill sect in their eyes. The arrogant and furious laughter resounded in the night sky like thunder. The monstrous evil aura and pressure it contained caused the blood and profound chi in the bodies of the surrounding people to freeze. Their hair stood on end for no reason, and uneasiness and fear surged in their hearts. Martial Lord Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm. In front of me, you're just a bastard. You actually dare to touch my Black Kill sect. Under the gazes of the crowd, the Martial Lord Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm old man who was about to retreat had just retreated. However, the black thin figure sneered. He took a step forward and crossed the space. With a wave of his hand, a black rune palm print instantly swept out. It passed through the space and enveloped the Martial Lord Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm old man. Bang bang. Under the pressure of the palm print, the body of the Martial Lord Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm old man was destroyed like rotten wood. He suddenly turned into a large amount of blood mist and exploded. He couldn't be any more dead. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. All of you can go to hell. The thin figure's killing intent shot out as his baleful aura overflowed into the sky. A monstrous aura swept out like a storm around him, whistling through the sky in an instant. Rumble, the terrifying storm emitted the fluctuations of the black talisman inscriptions. Wind rose and clouds surged in the air. The pressure was unparalleled, and the baleful aura caused one's hair to stand on end. Bang bang bang. The three Martial Lord Realm cultivators were enveloped. They didn't even have the time to scream before their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Under the terrifying baleful aura energy, the surrounding crowd also flew backwards as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Martial King Realm Expert, that's a Martial King Realm Expert. Chapter 322. Martial King Realm Expert, that's a Martial King Realm Expert. Pucci, fear and shock surged in everyone's eyes as countless figures fell from the sky. The terrifying force caused ravines to appear on the already messy ground. The remaining people no longer dared to make a move. They were all horrified as they sucked in a breath of cold air. A martial marquis was unable to withstand a single blow. With a raise of his hand, a martial marquis was destroyed. The person who came must have reached the Martial King realm. In front of a Martial King Realm Expert, they were just ants. The Sect Master has come out. Greetings, Sect Master. In contrast, the Martial Marquis Realm cultivators of the Black Fiend sect were pleasantly surprised when they saw the thin figure in black that suddenly appeared. It's the Sect Master of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu. Rumor has it that Xue Tianqiu has already reached the Martial King realm. All the people who had just besieged the Black Fiend sect retreated far away. Their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, who would dare to make a move? In front of absolute strength, even if the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine was placed in front of them, their lives were the most important. The thin figure in black looked to be around 60 years old. His eyes were deep and there was a faint baleful aura around him, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. He was the absolute expert in the Dark Forest, the sect master of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu. With a stomp of his foot, it was enough to shake the entire Dark Forest. Father, I've obtained the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. Shui Yunming happily stepped forward and handed the brocade box to his father. To be able to easily obtain the mysterious spirit heavenly vine was definitely a great merit. Xue Tianqiu's gaze slightly moved as he sucked the brocade box into his hand. He opened the brocade box and a multicolored light soared into the sky. Energy fluctuated and a green vine appeared in the brocade box. It looked like the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. It's not the mysterious spirit heavenly vine at all. It's just the green nightmare spiritual vine that set up some tricks. Bastard, you've been deceived. When Xue Tianqiu saw the multicolored light spreading within the brocade box and the green vine, his eyes immediately turned gloomy. With a loud cry, the brocade box and the green vine in his hand were instantly shattered into ashes. A monstrous baleful aura swept out, causing the hearts of countless people in the distance to jump. Bastard, it's all because of that little bastard. Father, you must capture that little bastard. The guy who obtained the profound spirit heaven span vine is the purple-robed youth who obtained our black fiend sect's treasure last time. Xue Yinming's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the purple-robed youth wasn't really afraid of him, the young master of the black fiend sect. The purple-robed youth had only given him the fake mysterious spirit heaven span vine so that he could fend off the pursuit. He had almost been played to death by the purple-robed youth. As the cloaked figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, surging rune energy rushed towards the silver-haired man. There's finally something worth watching. However, it's still far from enough in front of me. As the silver-haired man's voice fell, he waved his hand and a light gray rune energy flickered. It suddenly collided with the rune energy that the cloaked figure had activated. Martial King Realm. Seeing this, the cloaked figure's pupils suddenly shrank. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately wanted to dodge and retreat. Crash! The light gray rune energy collided with the rune energy that the cloaked figure had activated and strangely swallowed it directly. It didn't have much resistance and was completely unable to resist. Chi. Just as the cloaked figure was about to dodge and retreat, the silver-haired man had already appeared like a ghost. On the 5 fingers of his slender and fair right hand, there were light gray runes on the fingertips. He pointed directly at the cloaked figure's head. Shock gushed out from the cloaked figure's eyes. The profound spirit chi around his body surged violently. In a panic, he turned around and retreated. He activated an extraordinary movement technique and narrowly avoided his head. However, the finger imprint carried a sharp force that made one's heart turn cold. It landed on his right shoulder as fast as lightning. Chi La. The clothes on the shoulders of the cloaked man were torn to shreds. His defense was destroyed as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A bloody hole was shot out from his body. Blood gushed out and dyed the clothes on his chest, shoulders, and back red. His body then staggered and fell to the ground. Chi La La. The cloak brushed against the ground and was lifted up, revealing a pale face. Seeing that pale face, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. This person was none other than Tianwu Academy's Elder Liao. Elder Liao. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The person who had risked his life to block the silver-haired man for him was actually Elder Liao, who had many grudges with him in Tianwu Academy and who had deliberately targeted him. Elder Liao. In the distance, Ouyang Xuang, Luo Tianchen, and the others were also shocked and they saw Elder Liao. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation of energy. The 5 masked martial marquis cultivators who had followed the silver-haired man had already attacked Ouyang Xuang, Luo Tianchen, Tai Hu, and Pan Yu. Chi. The silver-haired man swooped down, and killing intent filled the air. His aura suppressed everything as he charged toward Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao. Brat, are you afraid of death? Elder Liao stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu. The last bit of his profound energy spread out and his eyes shone brightly. You might not die. Du Xiaofu supported Li Yuxiao and placed him on a rock by the side. Faint golden talisman inscriptions flickered in his eyes. Die. It's time to end this, the silver-haired man said in a cold voice. Then, a layer of pale white energy appeared on his palm. There were runes flashing on the surface of the pale white energy. Then, an overwhelming ice-cold aura was released. It enveloped Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao, and covered a large area of space. I'm also interested in the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. Don't take it for yourself. Suddenly, a strange and calm voice resounded, and a rune energy pillar tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, space distorted like a fried dough twist, causing the energy in the surroundings to tremble violently. After that, it directly collided with the silver-haired man. Bang! When the two energies collided, a terrifying force swept out in an instant. It was as though space itself was about to explode. After which, a terrifying energy ripple rippled outwards. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, and a large number of towering trees were swept away. The entire mountain was flattened. Under the terrifying force, sand and stones flew. Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao had to retreat in a hurry. Dang dang. This time, the silver-haired man staggered. His silver hair fluttered behind him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chi. Under the night sky, under the illumination of the surrounding runes, a gray ray of light appeared. The ray of light disappeared, and a gray-robed old man appeared. He stretched his arms and did not look at the silver-haired old man. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at Du Xiaofu, who had been forced to retreat. His voice was still calm, but there was a hint of age in it. He said indifferently, "Brat, so you're from Tianwu Academy. We meet again." "That's right, we meet again. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the gray-robed old man here. Others might not know who this person was, but Du Xiaofu knew that this gray-robed old man had appeared in the auction house of the Mu family's trading company. He was the dignified medicine king, a 6-star spiritual talisman master, a terrifying existence that was equivalent to the martial king realm. It was definitely a small world. Haha. The medicine king smiled faintly and did not continue speaking to Du Xiaofu. Instead, he looked at the sky and said, "It's lively now. It has been a long time since the dark forest was so lively." As the medicine king looked at the sky, the silver-haired man also raised his head and looked at the sky. He seemed to have discovered something. Boom! In a short period of time, a figure flew over from afar. Then, a black-robed skinny figure appeared. Following the appearance of this person, an enormous pressure suddenly descended. A torrential baleful aura swept out, causing the entire sky to freeze. The black-robed skinny figure stood in the sky. He looked to be in his 60s and his gaze was somewhat gloomy. He was the sect master of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu. Whoosh whoosh. Following the arrival of this person, many rays of light flashed behind him. Then, a few martial lord realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect and Xue Yunming hurried over and stood respectfully behind Du Xiaofu. What a powerful aura! Du Xiaofu looked at the black-robed skinny old man. From the shocking aura, it was not difficult to see that this person's aura was not below that of the silver-haired man. Without a doubt, this was another terrifying martial king realm expert. Xue Tianqiu of the Black Fiend sect. In the sky, Ghost Claw, who was suppressing Gu Xinyan, looked at the black-robed skinny old man with a fierce gaze. His gaze was also filled with fear. "Father, it's that guy. The mysterious spirit heavenly vine is in his hands. Last time, the treasure of our Black Fiend sect also fell into his hands." Xue Yunming floated in the air. When he saw Du Xiaofu's figure below, his gaze suddenly surged with gloomy anger. If it was not for the fact that he knew that his strength was not enough, Xue Yunming would have already pounced on Du Xiaofu. Thinking of how he almost lost his life because of the fake mysterious spirit heavenly vine and the old grudges from the past, Shui Yunming could not wait to turn Du Xiaofu into ashes. Brat, hand over what I want. Otherwise, you will regret it. Hearing this, Shui Tianchou's gaze also looked at Du Xiaofu from afar. The gaze in his eyes fluctuated like a dormant scorpion in a cave. Being stared at by that gaze would make one's hair stand on end. Shui Tianchou, long time no see. The moment you come out, you scare a junior. That's not very graceful. 8:00, Xiao Yu continues to write, working hard. Chapter 323. Just as Shui Tianchou finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly resounded in the air. The calm voice contained a great majesty. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the voice fell, several flowing light flashed behind them and swept across the sky. The flowing light converged, and a burly man in his 40s stood in the air. He was not handsome, but he had a heroic spirit. His eyes were bright, and he had an imposing manner. Several middle-aged and old men behind the burly man also had an extraordinary aura. They were all experts in the martial marquis realm. Mu Clan Fort. Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man with a sinister aura. It was the fort master of Mu Clan Fort, Mu Mingqing. Du Xiaofu's frown eased a little, but he still looked dignified. Mu Mingqing, the mysterious spirit vine was auctioned by your Mu Clan Trading Company. Are you going to interfere? Seeing Mu Mingqing, Shui Tianchou's face suddenly turned ugly. The mysterious spirit vine has been sold, and it has nothing to do with me. So, there is nothing wrong with me coming here now. Moreover, Ghost Claw entrusted the mysterious spirit vine to my Mu Clan Trading Company to auction. Now that Ghost Claw is here, there is nothing wrong with me coming to join in the fun. Mu Mingqing smiled indifferently. He looked through the crowd and saw Ghost Claw, who was still fighting with Gu Xinyan. He said loudly, Ghost Claw, tell me, can I come here? One by one, the strong cultivators arrived. Although Ghost Claw had suppressed Gu Xinyan, he had been thinking about her beauty for a long time. However, at this moment, he no longer had the heart to continue fighting. He took the opportunity to retreat and looked at Shui Tianchou and Mu Mingqing. His skinny face was very embarrassed. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said to Mu Mingqing, Fort Lord Mu is right. Naturally, we can also come here. As Ghost Claw stopped, the surrounding experts suddenly descended. The grey-robed man, the black-clothed old man with a sinister gaze like a poisonous snake, and the few masked martial marquis cultivators all felt uneasy. They unconsciously stopped, their gazes secretly fluctuating, and then they all stood behind the silver-haired man. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others retreated. Their faces were pale as they approached Elder Liao and Du Xiaofu. Did you three hear that? I can come here openly, so why are you still hiding? It's rare for us to meet, so let's take this opportunity to get together. Mu Mingqing smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. Are there any more experts? Du Xiaofu frowned. There were more and more experts coming today. This was becoming more and more disadvantageous for him. You're right. Let's take this opportunity to get together. A soft and delicate voice came from afar. It's rare for all of you to come. It's really not easy. A sinister voice was heard. Whoosh whoosh, as these two voices rang out, a figure appeared in the sky to the left. It was as if he had crossed the sky and appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was wearing a brocade robe. He was not tall, but he was shockingly fat. His head was about the size of two people's heads. His face was so fat that his eyes seemed to be squinting at all times. On the right side of the sky, there were two figures standing in the air. Both of them looked to be around 70 years old. Both of them were skinny and had long hair that reached their shoulders. One of them was wearing a blue long robe while the other was wearing a yellow long robe. Both of them looked very similar, as if they were twins. When these three people appeared, three more terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were not weaker than Xue Tianqiu, and each of their auras had the power to distort space. After these three people appeared, they immediately scanned the area. In the end, they looked at the king of medicine and the silver-haired old man with curiosity. Xue Tianqiu, the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Mu Mingqing, the fort master of the Mu family fort, Wan Sanpang, the pavilion master of the Thousand Clouds Pavilion, and the two brothers, Hen Tian and Hen Di, the sect leaders of the Double Hatred sect. These people are all here. Elder Liao's expression turned solemn as he looked at the experts in the sky, each of whom had a powerful aura. Wan Sanpang, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the two brothers, Hen Tian and Hen Di of the Twin Hatred sect. Listening to Elder Liao's whisper, Du Xiaofu looked at the last three people in the sky. The fat man in the middle was Wan Sanpang, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion. The other two old men who looked like twins were undoubtedly the two brothers, Hen Tian and Hen Di of the Twin Hatred sect. The Mu family fort, the Black Fiend sect, the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the Twin Hatred sect were the four major forces in the Dark Forest. They controlled the entire Dark Forest. The silver-haired man looked at Xue Tianqiu, Mu Mingqing, the two brothers, Wan Sanpang, the king of medicine, and the others in the sky. His eyes flickered. Whoosh whoosh, a moment later, the shocking commotion here once again attracted the dense search crowd in the distance. However, when they felt the shocking aura in front of them solidifying the space, the pressure spread silently. It made them tremble and the celestial qi in their bodies stagnated. They could only watch from afar and did not dare to get close. The king of medicine suddenly turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu. His tone was still quite calm as he asked, "Boy, how about we make a deal? You seem to have a lot of enemies. Give me the mysterious spirit heavenly vine and you come with me. Today, I will not only protect you but also protect the people around you. How about it? You are a smart man, you should know what to choose." Du Xiaofu looked at the powerful people in the sky. Other than the people from the Mu family fort, they were all here for the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. The silver-haired man and the people from the Black Fiend sect would not let him go. The powerful people from Tianwu Academy had not arrived yet and he did not know when they would arrive. If he did not agree to the King of Medicine's proposal, Tianwu Academy would undoubtedly have to face the other five forces. Du Xiaofu also knew that he could not expose the fact that the Mu family fort was helping Tianwu Academy. Otherwise, the Mu family fort and Tianwu Academy would become the target of public criticism. Even the Mu family fort would be implicated. "All right, I agree." Du Xiaofu lifted his head and nodded at the King of Medicine. He did not need to think for long and this was not a difficult decision. However, when Du Xiaofu nodded, Elder Liao, the general, and Gu Xinyan's expressions changed slightly. However, they did not say anything. They were well aware of the situation that everyone was in. "All right, deal." The King of Medicine smiled and nodded his head. "Sir, I want the people from Tianwu Academy. Are you sure you want to interfere?" The silver-haired man stared at the King of Medicine. His gaze became more and more sinister, sending chills down one's spine. "That purple-robed lad is mine. I won't be courteous to anyone who tries to stop me." Xue Tianqiu's gaze landed on the King of Medicine. A murderous aura emanated from his body. He would not let that purple-robed lad off. The King of Medicine stared at Xue Tianqiu. His gray robe fluttered slightly and his aura spread out. He said, "I said that I will protect him and I will protect him. Xue Tianqiu, if you want to fight with me, you better think about the consequences." "You are," Xue Tianqiu looked at the King of Medicine and felt a familiar aura. Many years ago, he had unintentionally seen the old man in gray robes from afar. Rather than saying that he had seen him, it was more accurate to say that he had only felt his aura. However, at that time, he was not the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect. Although he was not weak, he was not at his current level. Xue Tianqiu looked at the King of Medicine suspiciously and his expression changed. Finally, he seemed to have recalled something and was stunned. He said, "You are the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming." King of Medicine, Yi Wuming. When those 5 simple words were heard, Mu Mingqing, Hen Tian Hateful Earth, Wan Sanpang, Elder Liao and the others were all stunned. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, was actually in the dark forest. It was rumored that the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, had disappeared for a long time and they had never seen him. They had only heard of the legends and stories of the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, had been famous for a long time and was proficient in the art of alchemy. It was rumored that as long as the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, made a move, there was no injury that he could not cure. What made the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, even more famous was that if you wanted Yi Wuming to save someone, you had to agree to the rules set by Yi Wuming. There was only one rule in Dr. Wuming, which was to save a life and to save a life. The person being saved had to promise that after they recovered, they would unconditionally kill someone for Yi Wuming, including friends and family. As long as Yi Wuming said it, they had to do it. There had been more than one person who had asked the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, to save them, but in the end, they had all become the target of the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, and died miserably on the streets. Even if they were strong enough to escape death, as long as someone asked the King of Medicine to save them, they would always be the target of the King of Medicine. Not to mention that the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming's strength was already very terrifying, just the King of Medicine's rallying power was terrifying. Who could guarantee that they would not be seriously injured in the future? If they were injured to the point where they could not recover, they would inevitably have to ask the King of Medicine to save them. Not to mention, it was the same for others. As long as there were injured people, the King of Medicine would have an endless supply of people to use. In addition, the King of Medicine had been famous for a long time. After so many years, as a spirit talisman master and a medicine talisman master, he had a huge rallying power. Who would want the King of Medicine to owe them a favor? In the future, it would be much more convenient to ask the King of Medicine for help. Not to mention, after so many years, who knew how many people the King of Medicine had saved without using any conditions? Provoking the King of Medicine was the same as asking for countless experts to assassinate and kill them. Xue Tianqiu's eyes fiercely twitched. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, was definitely a difficult person to deal with. No one wanted to provoke him, and he also did not want to provoke him. If he could make friends with him, that was what he wanted the most. But that purple-robed youth not only had the mysterious spirit heavenly vine, he had also taken his treasure. He definitely could not let him go. Slightly raising his head, Xue Tianqiu looked at the King of Medicine and said, "I'm really sorry, but I must have that purple-robed youth. I don't care if I offend him. There are more chapters, but it will probably be very late. For the rest of the chapters, don't stay up late to wait for them. Leave them for tomorrow. Little you will continue to work hard and continue to ask for flowers." Chapter 324. Upon hearing this, the Medicine King stared at the silver-haired man. His calm voice became sharper as he said in a deep voice, "Old man Yin Ming, others might not know who you are, but I do. You cultivate the dark nether returning yang technique. You're already over 100 years old, but you're acting like a youngster. Is there a need for you to act like this? It seems like you know quite a lot." The silver-haired man's expression darkened as he stared at the Medicine King, Yi Wuming, with murderous intent. "What? You want to kill me? Old man Yin Ming, you're not qualified. The Dark Forest isn't the territory of the Dark Nether sect. It seems like the Dark Nether sect doesn't care about the pavilion and the fort," the Medicine King said indifferently as he glanced at the silver-haired man. He did not take the silver-haired man seriously. The Dark Nether Sect's people have gone overboard in the Dark Forest recently. They've sold and robbed the profound spirit Heavenspan vine. They're also acting recklessly in the Dark City. Don't tell me they don't care about the pavilion and the fort. Mu Mingqing said in a deep voice. His handsome face was fixed on the silver-haired man. Following Mu Mingqing's words, Wan Sanpang, Hen Tian and Hen Di's gazes began to fluctuate with ill intentions. When faced with an external force, the pavilion and the castle had always been of one mind. The silver-haired man's expression turned ugly when he sensed Mu Mingqing and the others' gazes and auras. The corners of his lips trembled slightly as he said, "Everyone, don't fall for their ploy of sowing discord. My Dark Nether sect has no interest in the Dark Forest at all. I only dealt with the people from Tianwu Academy because I have a personal grudge with them. After dealing with those people, I'll leave immediately and never step into the Dark Forest again. I won't lay my hands on the profound spirit heavenly vine on that brat either." As soon as the silver-haired man finished speaking, Hen Tian, Hen Di, and Third Fatty One exchanged glances. Their auras gradually dissipated as they began to observe the situation. "Sir, since someone is blocking our way, why don't we work together? That purple-robed lad will be mine and the rest of the Tianwu Academy members will be yours. What do you think?" Xue Tianqiu looked at the silver-haired man and said. The silver-haired man's eyes were cold and gloomy. The Double Sevens festival lingered in his eyes, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. He nodded and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He sneered and said, "I originally wanted to kill the Du Xiaofu with my own hands. Since things have turned out like this, I'll leave Du Xiaofu to you." Hearing this, Mu Mingqing's eyes narrowed slightly, but looking at Hen Tian, and Wan Sanpang not far away, he did not immediately express anything. "Humph." The Medicine King coldly snorted as waves of qi suddenly rippled in the surroundings. With Old Man Yin Ming and Xue Tianqiu joining hands, he had no choice but to become serious. "I'll hold back the Medicine King. I'll leave the rest to you." Sensing the aura rippling from the Medicine King, the silver-haired man sneered. The moment he finished speaking to Xue Tianqiu, a torrential grayish-white rune radiance swept out from his body. In an instant, a chilling aura was released from his body, causing the entire area to tremble. The bizarre aura spread out and the silver-haired man's hair scattered, dancing in the air. Woo! As the aura surged, grayish-white runes surged. Behind the silver-haired man, the silhouette of a savage mutated beast fused together. Its entire body was grayish-white and its gaze sent chills down one's spine. Looking from afar, it was like a mutated beast that came from the underworld, causing one's hair to stand on end. He's going all out. It seems like Old Man Yin Ming wants Xue Tianqiu to kill the members of Tianwu Academy without any obstructions. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, their eyes flickered. They knew that the Netherine old man had used his full strength right from the start. His motive was obvious. He wanted to delay the Medicine King so that Xue Tianqiu could kill the members of Tianwu Academy. Medicine King, Yi Wuming, other than saving others, let's see how capable you are. The silver-haired man fused with the silhouette of the mutated beast and released a chilling aura. The resplendent grayish-white rune radiance flickered and a faint roar could be heard. A surge of rune energy burst forth, covering the entire sky. His figure turned into a streak of light as he charged toward the Medicine King. Boom! As Old Man Yin Ming made his move, the energy in the surroundings fluctuated like huge waves in the vast ocean. The chilling aura suppressed the Medicine King. This Old Man Yin Ming isn't weak. He must have reached the pinnacle of Martial King realm. Seeing Old Man Yin Ming make his move, Third Fatty Wan, Hen Tian, and Hen Di were shocked. Xue Tianqiu also stared intently at the scene and didn't make a move on Tianwu Academy immediately. The Medicine King's face turned grim. His aura burst forth as he prepared to face the attack. "Do you really think that I'm dead?" Suddenly, an aged and gentle voice rang out from the sky. As the aged voice rang out, the sky silently changed color. In the night sky, it was as if a bright moon had suddenly descended and its brilliance shone down on the mountain range. A dazzling ball of light was like a bright moon floating in the sky. The dazzling light illuminated the mountain range and a terrifying aura overflowed from the ball of light. The terrifying aura was so powerful that all the ferocious beasts in the mountain range trembled. At this moment, even Mu Mingqing, Xue Tianqiu, and the other martial kings had shock in their eyes. At this moment, old man Yin Ming, who had already made his move, had a drastic change in his expression. In that instant, the profound qi in his body had inexplicably turned sluggish. The dazzling grayish-white rune energy around him was also rapidly dissipating. This scene caused old man Yin Ming to be shocked. Uneasiness spread out from the depths of his soul. He abruptly raised his head and looked at the night sky. A moon-like radiance was floating in the sky. Faintly, an aged figure could be seen faintly within the ball of light. Boom! Within the moon-like ball of light, an energy handprint passed through space and descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire space seemed to have frozen, and the profound qi in everyone's bodies froze. Old man Yin Ming was unable to move at all. He was wrapped by the handprint and slowly clenched. Qi la la. As the spatial handprint clenched, the surface of the dark beasts around old man Yin Ming instantly became distorted. Following which, they gradually cracked and shattered. Everything was destroyed as easily as rotten wood. In the end, they turned into dazzling broken runes that filled the sky. Ah! A miserable scream came out of the silver-haired man's mouth. His silver hair danced in the wind and his handsome face began to twitch and distort, as if he was enduring an unbearable pain. In the end, old man Yin Ming's face became incomparably old. The smooth skin on his body instantly withered. On his twitching, wrinkled face, deep horror and despair gushed out from his sunken eyes. Bam! The energy handprint slowly clenched, becoming tighter and tighter. The surrounding space also became more and more distorted. Finally, it completely shattered. A muffled sound rang out and old man Yin Ming's body was directly crushed into pieces by the energy handprint. Hua la la, old man Yin Ming's body was crushed. Terrifying energy swept out like a hurricane and bloomed in the sky like gorgeous fireworks. In the end, it came to an abrupt stop and was silently annihilated. Goo goo. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as horror gushed out from their eyes. A dignified martial king expert was crushed into pieces like an ant. Moreover, the person who did this did not even show his face. What kind of strength is this? Many experts looked at each other with shocked gazes. All of them were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. In front of such strength, a martial king expert was actually unable to withstand a single blow. Run, quickly run. The gray-robed man, the black-clothed old man and the others, whose eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake, looked on helplessly as old man Yin Ming was crushed to death like an ant. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear. After being stunned for a while, they suppressed the fear in their hearts and immediately prepared to flee. Swoosh swoosh. 7 figures immediately flew away. How would they dare to stay any longer? Since you dare to stir up trouble in the dark forest, you must pay the price. High up in the sky, the gentle voice of the old man sounded again. The energy handprint had yet to dissipate and suddenly stretched out. The light was dazzling, resplendent and sonorous, and the pressure spread out. The energy handprint that blotted out the sky and covered the sun fell. It was like the descent of the heavens as it suddenly fell on the space around the 7 people who were about to escape, enveloping all 7 of them. Bang bang bang, as the energy handprint slammed down, a large area of space distorted to the point that it was about to collapse at any time. A terrifying pressure wreaked havoc within it. Resplendent runes passed through space and landed on the bodies of the 7 people with a loud bang. 7 muffled sounds rang out and the 7 martial marquis experts were crushed into pieces and dissipated. Chi. Within the bright moonlight, another rune light swept down from the sky. However, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, it enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. When the rune light disappeared, Du Xiaofu's figure also disappeared from the spot. High up in the sky, the dazzling light slowly disappeared. The bright moonlight disappeared like the setting sun, leaving no trace behind. The entire dark forest mountain range turned dark once again. Everything calmed down. It was as if the astonishing bright moonlight had never appeared. Gulp gulp, after a long time, the sound of many people swallowing their saliva could be heard. Their bodies began to tremble as they recovered from their shock. Grandma Silver Flower is still alive. She is still in the dark forest. The Medicine King looked at the sky. His eyes were also filled with shock and he was unable to calm down for a long time. That must be Grandma Silver Flower. She is still alive. The legend of Grandma Silver Flower is true. She is still alive. In the sky, many people looked at each other in dismay. They were unable to endure the shock. Grandma Silver Flower is still in the dark forest. Mu Mingqing, Xue Tianqiu, Wan Sanpang, Hen Tian, Hen Di, and the rest were unable to calm down for a long time. Where is Du Xiaofu? He is gone. Ouyang Shuang, who was shocked, recovered from her shock. She looked at Du Xiaofu who had disappeared and softly cried out in surprise. Chapter 325. Dark night, mountains, dense forest. Du Xiaofu only felt the profound qi in his body stagnate and his body being restrained. Faintly, he seemed to be able to sense a familiar aura. He did not know how much time had passed. It might have been 2 hours or even longer. When the restraining force on his body dissipated, Du Xiaofu's body fell on a mountain peak. Under the cover of night, he could faintly see the surrounding mountains. He should be extremely far away from his original location. Kid, there's a cause and an effect. You've planted a cause, so I'll give you an effect. Not long after, there will be a fortune that many people are willing to conceal their identities and wait for dozens of years. As for whether you have the opportunity to obtain it, it will depend on your luck. An aged and gentle voice rang out. High up in the sky, an aged figure swept across the sky. Senior, who are you? Why did you bring me here? Du Xiaofu stood up and raised his head to look at the aged figure. His eyes were filled with unbearable shock. From the voice just now, Du Xiaofu knew that the expert who brought him here was the expert who had crushed the martial king old man Yin Ming to death. To be able to pinch a martial king expert to death with a wave of his hand, how terrifyingly powerful was his cultivation. Why did such an expert bring him here? Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with doubts. Many years ago, someone started to call me Grandma Silver Flower. If you had stayed there, I'm afraid that it would have been difficult for you to escape today. I don't want to interfere too much in the matters of the dark forest. Furthermore, I brought you here to give you an effect. Take care of yourself. As the aged and gentle voice rang out, she completely disappeared in the sky. Du Xiaofu stood alone on the mountain peak. He was still at a loss and was unable to recover his senses. He had personally witnessed the martial king old man Yin Ming being crushed with a raise of his hand. The impact on Du Xiaofu was extremely great. That was a true expert. Is what Granny Silver Flower said true? There will be an opportunity of fortune here. Du Xiaofu murmured after a while. His strength was still too weak. If there really was an opportunity here, he might be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Although he was doubtful, Du Xiaofu believed in Grandma Silver Flower. If Grandma Silver Flower wanted to harm him, with her strength that could crush even a martial king to death, he was no match for her at all. There was no need for her to beat around the bush to deal with him. Du Xiaofu was also worried about the safety of Ouyang Shuang. the king-scaled demonic tiger, and the rest of Tianwu Academy. However, when Du Xiaofu thought about how old man Yiming was dead, the grey-robed man and the others had been reduced to smithereens, and he had been taken away by Grandma Silver Flower, there was no need for the Black Fiend sect, Myriad Cloud Pavilion, and Twin Hatred sect to deal with the Tianwu Academy students. Furthermore, they wouldn't dare to touch the Tianwu Academy students recklessly. Thus, Du Xiaofu was relieved. I'll wait a few days before returning to the academy. By then, the journey will be safer. After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaofu made up his mind. Grandma Silver Flower said that an opportunity would appear in the vicinity soon. He would know about it after a few days. Furthermore, he reckoned that the dark forest wouldn't be peaceful. If he were to return to the academy now, he might encounter an expert along the way. If that were to happen, he would still be in trouble. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. It was better to wait a few days before returning. That person is so powerful. She's too powerful. Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao's voice sounded from Du Xiaofu's chest. Then, a faint golden light spread out and Du Xiaoyao's macaque figure appeared. Her faint golden spirit eyes were glowing. She had also sensed the terrifying aura of Grandma Silver Flower. She is very powerful. I must reach that level as soon as possible. Only then will I be a true expert. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. Dawn quietly caught up with the night. A dusky ray of light pierced through the hazy brown sky. Above the firmament, a dusky mist lingered in the distance. Then, the sky gradually brightened. In the eastern sky, there was a red light shooting out. It seemed that the weather today was pretty good. In the dark forest, the news of a martial king expert being crushed to death by an even stronger expert immediately spread out. The news was like a bomb that spread throughout the dark city and the dark forest. For many people, a martial king realm expert was already an expert that existed only in legends. If a martial king expert was placed in an empire, they would be in existence that controlled a region. They would be a true authority. Yet, a martial king expert was crushed with a wave of his hand. How shocking was that? Just how terrifyingly powerful was the one who did it? As various news spread out, Grandma Silver Flower's name was also crazily spread. In the dark forest, ordinary people had never heard of Grandma Silver Flower's existence. However, when some of the old people heard it, they were pleasantly surprised. Some even had reverence in their eyes. What's the background of Grandma Silver Flower? Since when did such a terrifying expert exist in the dark forest? It's said that Grandma Silver Flower has been in the dark forest for an unknown period of time. Over 100 years ago, there were many empires that worked together to take control of the dark forest. At the final juncture, the mysterious Grandma Silver Flower appeared and killed the commanders of those empires. Ever since then, the surrounding empires no longer dared to touch the dark forest. That's not all. It said that many major sects also wanted to touch the dark forest. However, the experts they sent were all killed by Grandma Silver Flower without exception. Grandma Silver Flower is the guardian of the dark forest. Those young Tianwu Academy students from last night were all terrifying. As expected of someone from the Tianwu Academy. It said that the experts of the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects appeared yesterday. Such a scene is rare to see. The tea stall in the alley opposite the Mu family's trading company was exceptionally busy this morning. Many people returned from the dark forest early in the morning. They sat at the tea stall and discussed the matter from last night. As more and more people discussed the matter, the business of the small tea stall became better and better. Grandma, today's business is really good. The little boy at the tea stall busied himself happily. After earning some money, he would be able to buy new clothes for his grandma. When I'm free later, I'll let you buy some sweets today. The hobbling grandma looked at the smile on the little boy's face with a kind face. Her eyes were filled with benevolence and satisfaction. Opposite the alley, behind the Mu family's trading company, there was a huge courtyard. In a quiet hall, Mu Mingqing stood with his hands behind his back. Astonishment and surprise could be seen on his face. "Father, who is Grandma Silver Flower?" In the hall, Mu Zhenghao asked his father. "Who?" Mu Mingqing turned around and took a deep breath. He said to Mu Zhenghao, "Grandma Silver Flower is the guardian of the dark forest. She has protected the dark forest for countless years. Ever since I entered the dark forest, I have heard of Grandma Silver Flower's existence. The surrounding empires and major sects are all eyeing the dark forest covetously. Outsiders think that they are afraid of the strength of the one pavilion, one fort, and two sects, so they don't dare to enter the dark forest easily. Actually, the real reason is Grandma Silver Flower's existence. As long as Grandma Silver Flower exists, they won't dare to come in and act presumptuously. This time, the Dark Nether Sect's people came in because they didn't expect Grandma Silver Flower to still be alive. If they knew Grandma Silver Flower would interfere, they wouldn't have dared to come." In a vast hall in Dark City, Xue Tianqiu sat upright with a gloomy expression on his face. He said to Xue Yunming beside him, "Grandma Silver Flower is too strong. Although she never interferes with the internal affairs of the Dark Forest, it is because of her that the one pavilion, one fort, and two sects didn't dare to act recklessly all these years. They maintained the peace on the surface." "Father, why did Grandma Silver Flower take Du Xiaofu away?" Xue Yunming's eyes were gloomy as he watched the purple-robed youth disappear before his eyes. He couldn't take revenge for both the new and old grudges. His heart was filled with displeasure. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. "I don't know the reason. However, no matter what, based on Grandma Silver Flower's character of not interfering with the internal affairs of the Dark Forest, Du Xiaofu is most likely still in the Dark Forest. Pass down the order. We must find that brat. Regardless of whether it is the treasure or the profound spirit heavenly vine, we must find him," Xue Tianqiu said coldly. Time passed slowly. The news of the Martial King Realm expert being killed in the Dark Forest and Grandma Silver Flower's appearance spread like wildfire. A few days later, the surrounding forces were shocked and fearful. Among the mountains, rivers surged and meandered. The mountains on both sides of the river were dark green. Mountains rose from the ground. The cliffs were steep, and the trees were lush, covering many buildings. Looking from afar, the mountains were densely packed with buildings. They looked ancient and majestic. "I heard that Du Xiaofu, together with the general, Gu Xinyan, Gue Hua, and the others, entered the Dark City to snatch the mystical heavenly reaching vine from our Tianwu Academy. In the end, they attracted countless experts and killed many of them in a bloody battle, causing their name to spread across the Dark Forest. It's a pity that they didn't manage to capture Gue Hua. However, it said that the profound spirit heavenly vine is already in Du Xiaofu's hands. However, Du Xiaofu was taken away by a powerful expert. His whereabouts are unknown. That powerful expert seems to be called Grandma Silver Flower. She can easily kill martial kings. She's too terrifying." Regardless, the profound spirit heavenly vine did not fall into the hands of others. This time, the general, Gu Xinyan, and Gue Hua made a move. They have shown the might of our Tianwu Academy. It's a pity that Fireblade Baiming Feng has fallen. Discussions broke out in the Tianwu Academy. Some were sighing, some were shocked, and some were furious and sorrowful. The mountain range was filled with verdant greenery. At the peak of the mountain, there were a few strands of milky white mist. Occasionally, the cries of birds and the roars of beasts could be heard. In a natural cave, a faint golden radiance slowly receded and a purple-robed young man appeared. Chi. Under the purple-robed young man's eyebrows, his eyelashes twitched slightly. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened and two faint golden radiances shot out from the depths of his eyes. They were like golden lightning. Boom! An ancient aura swept out from the purple-robed young man's skinny body, causing the entire cave to tremble. Who? Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the faint golden radiance in Du Xiaofu's eyes receded. His gaze gradually became clear and a faint smile appeared on his resolute face. 11 chapters have arrived. I initially wanted to write more, but after not sleeping for an entire day in 24 hours, I can't take it anymore. 11 chapters is my current limit. As for today's update, little you can only sleep for a night and will only be able to update at night. Brothers, please forgive me. Lastly, on account of little Yu's hard work, I hope that all of you can support him. Most importantly, I would like to ask for the support of the original version. Due to the high number of pirated versions, the number of subscriptions has been decreasing. Thus, I really need the support of the original version. Only by reading the original version will I be able to receive fresh flowers. Lastly, I would like to request for fresh flowers and recommendation tickets to express my gratitude to everyone. Chapter 326. After several days of breathing in and out to regulate his breathing, Du Xiaofu had also recovered to his peak condition. Even the aura within his body that was on the verge of another breakthrough was suppressed and stabilized by him. After each round of compression and stabilization, Du Xiaofu could feel a sense of solidification all over his body. That feeling was a little like steel that had been tempered 100 times. Boom! Suddenly, the entire cave shuddered, as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? Du Xiaofu instantly got up and leapt out of the cave. Du Xiaoyao beside him turned into a beam of faint golden light, her speed even faster than Du Xiaofu's. Rumble. On the mountain peak, the surrounding mountain peaks were connected together. In the depths of the mountain range, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed faintly. Huge boulders rolled down from the mountain peaks, crushing many towering ancient trees like a flash flood. Whoosh! In the depths of the distant mountain range, there was also a dazzling light shooting up into the sky. However, all of this disappeared in a short period of time. Then, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. It seems like something is about to be born. Grandma Silver Flower was right. Is this really an opportunity? Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. Everything that had just happened was definitely not simple. It seems like some seal is about to loosen. It's not far ahead. Du Xiaoyao's faint golden spirit eyes stared straight ahead. Du Xiaoyao, aren't you able to ignore all seals and talisman matrices? Can you go in and take a look? Du Xiaofu's gaze turned and he immediately asked Du Xiaoyao. With Du Xiaoyao's talent, if there was really some kind of great opportunity or fortuitous encounter that was about to be born, he would be able to obtain it before anyone else came. Not all seals and talisman arrays, but all ordinary seals and talisman arrays. For some special seals and talisman arrays, even I can't do anything about them. Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Xiaofu, her spirit eyes moved slightly as she said, the seal just now was only loosened, and now it has disappeared, so I can't do anything about it. However, as long as I can find it, I can enter. I reckon that the seal has already loosened, and it won't be long before it reappears. Then we'll wait for a few days. Du Xiaofu had a smile on his face. Granny Silver Flower should not be lying to him. Since there was a great opportunity and fortuitous encounter, there was nothing to be afraid of waiting for a few more days. I'm so bored. I really want to eat some spiritual medicine. Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao retracted her gaze and looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu glared at Du Xiaoyao, but had no choice but to take out a large amount of spiritual medicine. In the next few days, Du Xiaofu finally had some free time. He opened all the Qianquan bags that he had plundered and sorted them out. The harvest inside was truly astonishing. Looking at the spiritual medicine that was poured out from the Qianquan bags, Du Xiaoyao naturally did not hold back. She stuffed a large amount of spiritual medicine into her mouth, to the point that Du Xiaofu's heart began to ache. Then, Du Xiaofu could only turn his heartache into appetite, and continued to stuff a large amount of spiritual medicine into his mouth. He could not possibly let Du Xiaoyao eat until she was full while he was starving. However, Du Xiaofu also knew his current situation. He did not dare to eat spiritual medicine that could increase his Xian Qi, and could only choose spiritual medicine that could increase his mental energy. Fortunately, there was no one else on the mountain peak. If someone saw the two of them wasting spiritual medicine, who knew how much heartache they would feel? In the Qianquan bags that he had plundered, there were many martial techniques and the like. Du Xiaofu roughly checked them all, but he did not have much interest in them. Ordinary martial techniques could not enter Du Xiaofu's eyes. The current Du Xiaofu was no longer the youth who had to secretly search for martial techniques in the Du family's martial arts repository tower. However, Du Xiaofu did not look down on all martial techniques. Although he did not care for ordinary martial techniques, it did not mean that Du Xiaofu was an arrogant person. For example, Du Xiaofu had found 2 sets of martial techniques in the Qianquan bag on Guyu from the Ming Divine Court. He was very interested in cultivating them, but he did not have the time to do so. In addition, there was also the Xianyun Scarlet Flood Dragon's Blood Essence for bone and marrow cleansing. Du Xiaofu sorted it out, but he did not have the time to study the huge corpse. Using the blood essence on the heavenly beast list to cleanse bone and marrow cleansing did not have much time. He did not know when the great opportunity would appear, so Du Xiaofu could only put it aside for now. After sorting everything out, Du Xiaofu also immersed himself in cultivating his mental energy in comprehending the mysterious move. The mysterious move was vast and boundless. Every time he comprehended it, he would benefit greatly. It could even bring benefits to his martial veins. It had always been Du Xiaofu's most important thing. The mysterious move, the Golden Rocks cultivation method, and the mysterious incomplete cultivation method were all things that Du Xiaofu valued. Du Xiaofu was very clear that it was because of the mysterious move, the Golden Rocks cultivation method, and the mysterious incomplete cultivation method that he could have an advantage that was different from others. Therefore, as long as he had time, Du Xiaofu would also use it on comprehending and cultivating. Boom! A few days later, late at night, the surrounding mountain range shook again. Light soared into the sky, as dazzling as day. Huge rocks rolled down from the mountain peak, and in the deep forest, fierce birds and fierce beasts roared. However, everything soon calmed down and returned to normal. Continue comprehending. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend the mysterious move. He was like a fish that had entered the ocean, swimming freely in the vast and boundless sea. Du Xiaoyao's small macaque body was surrounded by a faint golden light. Mysterious runes appeared, and a 5-fingered mountain peak was faintly discernible on the surface of her body. She was also immersed in some kind of cultivation. At night, the moonlight was like a ribbon, enveloping the mountain range. On a mountain peak, a burly man in a short robe was gazing into the distance. One of his left eyes was covered with an eye patch, while the other one was emitting a sharp light in the night sky. It was as sharp as a large knife. After waiting for so many years, the legend is indeed true. These decades were not wasted. The one-eyed man murmured softly. In a cave on a cliff, a tall and thin old man sat cross-legged. He looked into the distance at the flash of light and murmured softly, "Indeed, there is no smoke without fire." The legend is true. Dense forest, canyon, huge rocks. A gray-robed old man stood quietly, gazing into the distance. In his calm eyes, there were some fluctuations. He murmured softly, "It's finally about to begin." Just like this, a few days passed. In the cave on the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a mysterious white light. The white light was like a divine light, and a powerful aura spread out. At this time, if one carefully sensed it, they would be able to detect that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body seemed to be faintly beginning to strengthen. The speed of the aura strengthening was extremely fast. If there were other spirit symbol masters nearby, they would definitely be dumbfounded and dumbfounded. At this time, about a few more days had passed. In the cave on the mountain peak, the white divine light enveloping Du Xiaofu's body had already become extremely dense, and a powerful aura was released. Hula, suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation rose up in the cave. Not long after the fluctuation spread out, a tyrannical aura also suddenly gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, whose eyes were tightly closed. Boom! This aura, along with a powerful aura, was constantly increasing. In an extremely short period of time, an invisible bottleneck was broken through, and then the aura climbed to a new height. In the cave, the white divine light around Du Xiaofu's body rapidly increased along with the aura in his body. The rune light spread out and the divine light fluctuated, appearing extremely ancient. After a long time, when the aura completely stabilized, the white divine light around Du Xiaofu's body gradually disappeared, and disappeared into his body. Huff, as a long breath of turbid air was exhaled from his throat, his tightly closed eyes slightly opened. The light in his eyes became brighter and deeper, and then became clear and bright. A 4-star spirit symbol master. Feeling that the mental energy in his mind's Naiwan palace was more than several times stronger than before, Du Xiaofu's eyes could not help but reveal a smile. Du Xiaofu himself did not expect that in just half a month of wholeheartedly cultivation, he would be able to break through from the complete 3-star spirit symbol master level to the initial 4-star spirit symbol master level. What a powerful, mysterious, incomplete cultivation method. Du Xiaofu knew that his cultivation speed at the soul symbol master level was astonishingly fast. All of this was due to the effects brought about by the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method contained within the beast bone in the Du family's martial arts depository tower. After cultivating the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method, his mental energy simply skyrocketed. Of course, Du Xiaofu also knew that this big breakthrough had something to do with Du Xiaoyao snatching the spirit medicine from him more than 10 days ago. He had eaten a lot of spirit medicine that could increase his mental strength. A spiritual talisman master's most important spiritual power and qi were spiritual talisman masters. In terms of qi, Du Xiaofu had the solid foundation of a martial arts cultivator. His spiritual power had soared because of the cultivation of the mysterious incomplete cultivation method, which had made Du Xiaofu's spiritual talisman master level rise rapidly. This kind of breakthrough speed surprised Du Xiaofu, but more than that, he was happy. What cultivation method are you cultivating? It seems to be unusual. Du Xiaoyao suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Her pale golden spiritual eyes stared closely at Du Xiaofu, full of curiosity. Chapter 327. I don't know what kind of cultivation method it is either, but it's not bad. Du Xiaofu stretched lazily, a smile on his lips as he slowly stood up. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. After breaking through to the initial level of a spirit symbol master, his mental energy had increased by quite a bit. He could sense that not far away, there was a fairly strong undulation. Du Xiaoyao had also sensed the undulation and leapt onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder, looking ahead and saying, "There seems to be someone fighting, and they're not weak either. Let's go take a look." Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then profound energy surged out from the soles of his feet and his figure immediately flew out of the cave. The mountain peaks were continuous, with clouds and mist swirling around them. Between the mountain streams, there was a faint sense of desolation and serenity. On the messy ground, there were many corpses lying haphazardly. All of them had been pierced through the chest by a sword. There were no less than 10 corpses that had been killed in one move. On the boulder, the last 2 middle-aged men stood. 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, one fat and one skinny. The tall one was skinny, the short one fat. However, the aura emitted from the 2 of them was extremely powerful. Their faces were filled with arrogance, as if they were high and mighty. Not far away, a slender and thin young man dressed in black robes stood quietly. In his hand, he tightly gripped an ancient green sword. The hilt of the sword was like a spirit python, the head of the python ferocious, as if it was alive. On the body of the sword, runes spread and flickered, shining with a dazzling brilliance, revealing a fierce and murderous aura. The black-robed young man lowered his head slightly, the scattered bangs covering his forehead covering his eyes. His long hair was tied behind his head, with a few strands hanging over his shoulders. Dark red blood slowly dripped from the sword in his hand. If Du Xiaofu were here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was the mysterious black-robed young man, Yi Piaoling, whom he had met in the Dark City. The serene python should not have fallen into your hands. You must return it to the sect. The tall and skinny middle-aged man looked at Yi Piaoling with a cold glint in his eyes. When his gaze landed on the rune treasure sword in Yi Piaoling's hand, there was a faint trace of heat in his eyes. Yi Piaoling slowly raised his head. Under his messy bangs, his eyes were sharp and piercing. The rune sword in his hand shook, and a fierce murderous aura spread out. His thin lips were filled with arrogance as he looked at the tall and skinny man and said in a low voice, "The serene python is mine. You want to cover the sky with one hand, but you can't represent the sect. You still dare to mention the sect? You've committed a serious crime. Come back with me to stand trial. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy." The short and fat middle-aged man looked at Yi Piaoling coldly and said in a deep voice, "Don't think that you can fight against us just because you have broken through to the martial lord realm. Come with us obediently. Otherwise, we have the right to kill you on the spot. Serious crime. Everything was arranged by you. If it weren't for your pursuit, I don't think I could have broken through in advance. Now, the two of you are just pawns and cannon fodder in their hands. You are not qualified to kill me." Yi Piaoling looked at the two of them and said in an indifferent voice. His eyes began to sharpen as he waved his long sword and pointed it at the sky. The fierce murderous aura on the sword kept fluctuating. "It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then, I'll kill you on the spot today." The short and fat middle-aged man suddenly released his aura. In the vigorous aura, there was a monstrous coldness. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and his fat body rushed in front of Yi Piaoling like lightning. Boom! The short and fat middle-aged man waved his hand. His palm turned crimson and flowed with light. There were extremely special runes spreading out. The palm print immediately slapped towards Yi Piaoling. Buzz! Yi Piaoling moved. The dark qi around his body surged. Strands of runes flashed out from the serene python in his hand and wrapped around his body. A fierce murderous aura suddenly burst out. In an instant, the sword radiance burst out and pierced towards the short and fat middle-aged man's palm. The short and fat middle-aged man was obviously very wary of that serene python in Yi Piaoling's hand. He didn't dare to touch it directly. He stepped sideways and dodged the sword radiance. His palm turned into a claw and immediately pressed towards Yi Piaoling's shoulder. Qi La. The claw print seemed to tear the space apart. The terrifying aura spread out and made the space tremble. Yi Piaoling's eyes darkened. The serene python in his hand spun. The sword radiance cut across the sky and immediately intercepted the claw print. Qi La. The sword radiance and the claw print collided. The energy runes were scattered. A majestic energy fluctuation emitted dazzling rune ripples. After spreading out, the ripples expanded rapidly like giant waves. The sound was sonorous and deafening. Dang dang. The two separated as soon as they collided. The short and fat middle-aged man and Yi Piaoling staggered back at the same time. The short and fat middle-aged man's eyes were also filled with shock. You're getting stronger. Unfortunately, you're going to die today. The tall and thin middle-aged man took the opportunity to appear behind Yi Piaoling. His eyes were filled with coldness and his aura was intimidating. An extraordinary longsword appeared in his hand. The runes soared into the sky. The sword radiance swept out like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It was majestic and violent and swept across the sky. My life can't be taken away by the two of you. Yi Piaoling swung the serene python in his hand. A sword radiance soared into the sky and suppressed the sky. It directly collided with the two. The two sword radiances collided. The surrounding air was turbulent. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. The turbulent waves surged as if the space was about to be shattered. After the sword radiance, the two swords slashed across the sky. The sonorous sound resounded through the sky. Ka, the tall and thin middle-aged man was pushed back. A tiny crack had appeared on the astonishing rune longsword in his hand. The tall and thin middle-aged man was shocked. The longsword in his hand was also a practitioner weapon. Yet, a crack had appeared on it. If Yi Piaoling was a little stronger, the practitioner weapon in his hand would have been destroyed. No wonder it was the sect's treasure, the serene python. Pfft! Yi Piaoling spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't been at a disadvantage just now. However, he seemed to have been affected by something all of a sudden. His face turned pale immediately. Humph, it's already a miracle that you're still alive after being hit by the crimson palm. However, you're definitely going to die. Originally, there was no need for me to waste time looking for you. However, since the serene python is in your hands, I have to send you on your way so that the sect can rest assured. The short and fat middle-aged man sneered. He stood in the air and his majestic aura exploded. The surrounding space was constantly fluctuating. The fingerprint in his hand was like a spear. It was wrapped in runes and rapidly swept across the sky, leaving behind a light shadow in the air. It pierced through the space and headed straight for Yi Piaoling. If I don't die, I'll kill my way to the sect sooner or later and turn all of you into ashes. The serene python in Yi Piaoling's hand swept back. The sword light swept across the sky and blocked the fingerprint. In an instant, the light was dazzling. Pfft! The energy spread out. Yi Piaoling spat out another mouthful of blood. He staggered a few steps back and the rocks under his feet turned into dust. Pfft! Suddenly, the sword light filled the sky as if it was blooming in the sun. The unparalleled sword light seemed to want to tear the space apart as it quickly enveloped and suppressed Yi Piaoling. 2 against 1. How shameless. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Just as the sword light was about to envelop Yi Piaoling, a loud shout was heard. Boom! It was also at this moment that a golden light exploded and swept across the sky. Then, a golden palm print appeared like a cattail leaf fan and like a pair of golden wings. It swept across the sword light that filled the sky. A domineering and fierce aura shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Whoosh! In an instant, the rune energy that filled the sky swept across the sky. The air shook violently. The surrounding rocks rumbled and rolled down as the earth shook. Bam bam! As the energy spread out, a purple-robed figure was forced back and finally landed in front of Yi Piaoling, who turned around. It was a thin figure with a resolute and determined face. There was a pale golden macaque on his shoulder. Who else could it be other than Du Xiaofu? That's strange. Is he only at the complete pulsation realm? The tall and thin middle-aged man's body only shook slightly. However, his eyes were filled with doubt and shock. The aura of the youth that suddenly appeared was clearly at the complete pulsation realm. However, the strength that he displayed just now was even stronger than an ordinary martial lord. Especially on the purple-robed youth, there was a domineering and fierce aura that spread out. It was as if he was suddenly facing a peerless, ferocious bird. His heart trembled for no reason. It's you. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who suddenly appeared, Yi Piaoling's eyes were filled with surprise. That's right. It's me. When I saw an acquaintance, I couldn't help but come out. Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Piaoling and frowned. You're injured. How are you? Do you need help? What a powerful sword. Is it a practitioner weapon? I don't think so. I really want to eat it. However, it will probably stuff my teeth. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were fixed on the serene python in Yi Piaoling's hands. She licked her lips. Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu for a while and said, they're both at the nirvana realm of martial lord. They're hard to deal with. If they were easy to deal with, I wouldn't be able to show my strength. I'll deal with one, and you deal with the other one. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and smiled. However, there was a serious expression between his eyebrows. The nirvana realm of martial lord wasn't something that a beginner martial lord could compare with. All right. Yi Piaoling nodded at Du Xiaofu. A new aura began to fluctuate from his body. Where did this kid come from? You're courting death. The tall and skinny middle-aged man looked at Du Xiaofu and shouted coldly. He couldn't let this kid ruin his plan. He dashed out and the long practitioner weapon in his hand exploded again. He pointed it at Du Xiaofu. A martial lord who was at the lower nirvana realm with a practitioner weapon. His aura was imaginable. The sword radiance soared into the sky. Countless dazzling sword radiances exploded as if they wanted to tear the space apart. The aura suppressed the space and instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. A practitioner weapon. Du Xiaofu, leave this guy to me. I want to eat a practitioner weapon. Suddenly, before Du Xiaofu could move, Du Xiaoyao moved. Golden light burst forth from within her pale golden spirit eyes. Her figure was like a golden rainbow as she rushed towards the sword aura that filled the sky. Along with the spread of the golden talisman inscriptions, she destroyed the sword aura that wanted to tear the space apart. Kacha kacha, an unbelievable scene appeared. Du Xiaoyao opened her mouth and bit the practitioner weapon in the tall and skinny middle-aged man's hand. Suddenly, a crisp, kacha kacha, sound was heard. Chapter 328. Then, the seal weapon longsword began to crack from the tip. Piece by piece, the runes on the blade began to fall off as Du Xiaoyao chewed them up and swallowed them into her stomach. How could this be? Oh no! The tall and thin middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. His trembling body immediately retreated rapidly, but he could not shake off Du Xiaoyao at all. In less than 2 or 3 breaths of time, a priceless seal weapon had disappeared before his eyes, completely devoured. A seal weapon is indeed much better than a spirit weapon. It tastes so good. Du Xiaoyao floated in the air, a satisfied smile on her face. The short and fat middle-aged man also saw this scene, and his eyes were filled with shock. Swoosh swoosh. At the same time, Yi Piaoling made her move. The serene python in her hand erupted with a large expanse of runic sword light that swept towards the short and fat middle-aged man. What kind of strange thing is this? The tall and thin middle-aged man stared at Du Xiaoyao, his face filled with shock. His eyes immediately turned cold. This seal weapon was something he had painstakingly obtained. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a palm strike, causing the air to tremble violently and rumble as it slammed towards Du Xiaoyao. Stormy Waves Palm. Du Xiaofu appeared beside Du Xiaoyao, talisman markings gushing out from his entire body, and the imposing aura on his body was fierce and shocking, like a ferocious beast that had awakened from its slumber. The surrounding space was like the surface of a boiling water as it ceaselessly fluctuated, and a palm print suddenly condensed out. Waves of energy visible to the naked eye rippled outwards as the palm struck towards the tall and thin middle-aged man. Boom boom boom. The two palms collided with each other, and in an instant, an explosive sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang out. Rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard all around, accompanied by waves of stormy runic force waves that continued to spread out, causing the entire surrounding space to shake. Bam bam! The tall and thin middle-aged man's figure staggered back a step. Waves of violent force rippled outwards, and even he was shaken. Chi la la, Du Xiaofu's figure directly brushed against the ground as he was pushed back. His feet scraped out 2 long deep trenches in the ground. Finally, he fiercely slammed into a huge rock. The rock behind him cracked and shattered into pieces. Then, faint golden blood flowed out of the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. So strong. Du Xiaofu was rather shocked. The Nirvana realm of the Martial Marquis realm was much stronger than the initial Martial Marquis realm. He could catch the opponent off guard and rely on the opponent's carelessness to kill the initial Martial Marquis realm, but in reality, it was quite difficult to deal with the initial Martial Marquis realm. And now, it was even more difficult to deal with a Nirvana realm martial lord. Du Xiaofu knew that it was impossible for him to match up. Although he is extraordinary, he has overestimated himself and is courting death. The tall and thin middle-aged man stared coldly at Du Xiaofu in rage. His practitioner weapon was destroyed, and he was unable to calm down. Suddenly, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu again. He waved his hand and punched out. The rune energy rushed out like a rainbow and shook the space. Du Xiaoyao, you wastrel. You have eaten the practitioner weapon, so it's time for you to do something. Buy me some time. Looking at the fist that shook the space coming towards him, Du Xiaofu did not pay much attention to it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. He ignored the tall and thin middle-aged man and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Hand seals were condensed one after another. With Du Xiaoyao around, Du Xiaofu was not too worried. Du Xiaofu had already seen Du Xiaoyao's strength. She could force a Martial Marquis realm Nirvana realm expert back with one punch and make a Martial Marquis realm Nirvana realm expert suffer. Du Xiaoyao's strength was definitely terrifying and abnormal. Alright, leave it to me. Du Xiaoyao's figure appeared like a ghost and blocked in front of the tall and thin middle-aged man. Her small macaque body suddenly turned into a giant ape that was crystal clear. The mysterious runes around her body surged, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. She punched out in an instant. Boom! With such a collision, the space rumbled like thunder. The energy was violent, and the giant golden ape's figure was shaken back a few steps before stabilizing. Chi! Chi! The tall and thin middle-aged man's figure was shaken back. He looked at the giant golden ape with shock. Suddenly, after the shock, the tall and thin middle-aged man's eyes flashed with coldness. The runes around his body spread and connected with his martial vein, merging into his vein spirit. The tall and thin middle-aged man merged with a giant demon ox shadow. His entire person seemed to have turned into a demon ox shadow. His body merged into the demon ox shadow and was faintly discernible. Moo! The demon ox shadow roared, and its 2 horns spread dazzling runes. The surrounding space was filled with energy. The shadow glowed and began to emit terrifying fluctuations. Its aura was so oppressive that it made people's souls tremble. However, the demon ox shadow was obviously unable to suppress Du Xiaoyao. Roar! Du Xiaoyao roared. Her eyes were like natural spiritual eyes. She stared at the demon ox shadow fiercely. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun, and a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a terrifying lord had come into being. It directly bombarded the demon ox shadow. Boom! Du Xiaoyao's macaque body punched out. The terrifying aura brought about an unparalleled sense of oppression. The two immediately collided. Sand and stones flew around. Large cracks spread on the ground and huge rocks shattered. Du Xiaoyao originally had the upper hand. However, with the tall and thin middle-aged man's all-out attack, it was difficult for her to defeat her opponent. For a moment, the two seemed to be neck and neck. Yi Piaoling and the short and fat middle-aged man were already in midair. They were locked in an intense battle. Terrifying energy swept across and spread, destroying a large area of mountains. Monstrous energy swept across the surroundings. Du Xiaofu sat with his legs crossed. The aura around him was strangely peaceful. However, the aura around Du Xiaofu started to rise. A faint golden light enveloped him like a halo. After a while, Du Xiaofu communicated with the martial vein. The golden talisman engravings on his back spread out, and a wave of pressure descended. That guy, is he preparing to break through now? In mid-air, Yi Piaoling, who was in the midst of an intense battle, looked at Du Xiaofu from the corner of her eyes. She was shocked. That's right. Du Xiaofu was planning to break through now. With his current cultivation, Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't do anything to the tall and thin middle-aged man, who was at the Nirvana realm of Martial Lord realm. Facing an expert at the Nirvana realm of Martial Lord realm, Du Xiaofu knew that even if he attacked with all his might and used all his tricks, it would still be useless. The difference in strength was too huge. No matter how strong his tricks were, it would be difficult to close the huge gap. Therefore, he could only try to break through. He should have broken through long ago, but Du Xiaofu forcefully resisted the temptation to break through. He had been stabilizing his foundation, making it as solid as a rock. If it were anyone else, even if they were extremely talented, they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to break through again and again. It must be known that the feeling brought about by a breakthrough was an almost irresistible temptation for cultivators. However, Du Xiaofu did it. He resisted the temptation to break through again and again. To cultivators, it was simply a form of torture. Although he was stabilizing his foundation and forging himself, it was also a type of training that ordinary people couldn't endure. Du Xiaofu had managed to do it. There was no one to supervise or urge him. He had persevered on his own. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for Du Xiaofu to be invincible among those of the same level. Even in this war realm, he left his name on the list and rushed to the second place in one fell swoop. Everyone had heard of the saying that one could only rise above others after suffering the most hardships. However, how many people in this world could do it themselves? At best, it was rare. At this time, Du Xiaofu also felt that his foundation was more or less stable. It was already time for a breakthrough. This kind of breakthrough didn't require an opportunity or preparation. It could directly break through at any time. This was because Du Xiaofu had long reached the time for a breakthrough. It was also a huge bottleneck to break through from the complete level of the pulsating realm to the initial level of the pulsating realm. There was a huge difference between the pulsating realm and the pulsating realm. The pulsating realm was much stronger than the pulsating realm. Rumble. Behind Du Xiaofu, golden talisman patterns spread. The 5-finger mountain peak's pulsating spirit evolved. The talisman patterns arranged themselves and grew. It absorbed the energy of heaven and earth and connected with the martial veins. With unparalleled talent and accumulation, it began to connect the pulsating spirit. Although connecting the pulsating spirit was difficult, and most cultivators would never be able to break through this stage in their entire lives. However, to Du Xiaofu, all he needed was time. The comprehension he gained from Du Xiaoyao's runic space was astonishing. It wasn't too difficult to connect the pulsating spirit. Once the pulsating spirit was connected and he stepped into the pulsating spirit realm, his strength would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Stepping into the pulsating spirit realm was not something that the pulsating realm could compare to. The pulsating spirit behind him evolved. Du Xiaofu was waiting for the final step, waiting to step into the pulsating spirit realm. He's really only in the pulsating realm. What kind of pulsating spirit is that? It's so powerful. In the distance, the tall and thin middle-aged man and the short and fat youth who were fighting with Du Xiaoyao and Yi Piaoling also felt the fluctuations coming from Du Xiaofu's body and were shocked. The aura and pressure that spread out from the pulsating spirit was too domineering and too soul-shaking. The tall and short middle-aged man were shocked. There was actually such a talented youth in such a small place. If this were to spread outside, even the large sects would be shocked. Boom! Finally, the pulsating spirit mountain peak behind Du Xiaofu trembled. It absorbed the endless energy of heaven and earth. The talisman patterns surged, as if they had been tempered thousands of times, as if they were alive. They released a dazzling golden light that shone brightly. The endless pressure and aura overflowed the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the earth and the mountain range rumbled, and even the mountain peaks trembled. At this moment, the meridian spirit mountain peak behind Du Xiaofu seemed to connect with the surrounding earth for no reason. It was connected with the surrounding mountains and peaks. Mysterious runes flickered as they connected with the surrounding mountains and earth, as if they were about to merge into one. Inside the mountain range, for some unknown reason, many people appeared in the mountain range recently. They seemed to be searching for something. What's going on over there? Is a treasure about to appear? Could it be over there? Following the shaking of the earth, many people in the mountain range looked over in shock. In the distance, there was a domineering and terrifying aura spreading out. Today's update has been completed. It should be said that it was yesterday's update. It's 5:00 in the morning again. Little U apologizes. Everyone, please bear with it. If you have a recommendation ticket or something, please click on it after reading. Ha! Also, please support the original version. Thank you. Chapter 329. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains shook, as if there was an earthquake. Even the sky was trembling. At this moment, the pulse spirit behind Du Xiaofu was growing stronger, its pressure seeming to want to crush the mountain peak. The phantom of the pulse spirit continued to evolve and rearrange itself, finally reaching its peak. Break! Just as the pulse spirit's aura reached its strongest point, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and softly uttered the word break. Within the divine watchtower, a muffled sound immediately rang out, and his entire body suddenly trembled. Boom! A new and powerful aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. His aura skyrocketed, as if he had become a different person. His aura was incomparably powerful, sweeping through the sky. He had stepped into the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm. Moo! The phantom of the demon ox roared, its horns rippling with runes. It galloped with a clanging sound, and a terrifying force continuously slammed into Du Xiaoyao's ape body. Ao! Du Xiaoyao roared, its huge body wrapped in golden light, causing the space to rumble. Waves of air surged, as if wanting to turn the heavens and earth upside down. Its energy undulated like the waves of the ocean. It waved its fists, like a rainbow streaking across the sky, and runes surging, continuously resisting the demon ox. The two collided, and large areas of the surrounding mountain peaks were destroyed. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, and neither could suppress the other. However, after each collision, Du Xiaoyao's aura remained stable, while the demon oxes became more and more hurried. Chi la la. In the collision, the two once again separated upon contact. The demon ox's body and Du Xiaoyao's ape body staggered back at the same time. Come, so what if you're a martial marquis? At this moment, Du Xiaofu appeared in the air, his silhouette soaring up into the air as he arrived. After stepping into the pulse spirit realm, Du Xiaofu was truly flying in the air. Behind him, there was a golden mountain pulse spirit several feet in size, and an endless domineering aura swept out. He just broke through to the pulse spirit realm, how can he be so strong? The demon ox's huge eyes were shocked, feeling the terrifying aura of the strange mountain pulse spirit, causing its heart to tremble for no reason. This kid must be killed. Suddenly, dazzling runes spread all over the demon ox's body. Above each of its horns, a rune energy beam shot up to the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the vast sky and explode towards Du Xiaofu. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted and formed a seal with his hands. The Golden Mountain's vain spirit descended from the sky, suppressing the light beam from the two horns of the demonic bull. Above the vain spirit, the mysterious golden talisman runes unfolded. The runes appeared as if they wanted to suppress all living things. The momentum was terrifying. Boom! The collision caused Du Xiaofu's mountain vein soul to tremble violently, as if it was about to flip it over. Buzz! But then, an overbearing aura burst out from the vain soul of the mountain peak. The mountain peak's shadow suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain. Waves of energy burst out with boundless suppressive power, crushing the rune-like pillars on the horns of the demonic bull. Boom! The huge mountain vein soul's shadow then fell from the sky with the force of a thunderbolt, landing directly on the back of the demon ox. A vast and boundless power swept out, directly crushing the huge body of the demonic bull downwards. The four huge solid bull hooves were deeply pressed into the rocky ground. Moo! The demonic bull roared. The tall and skinny middle-aged man who was faintly discernible revealed a look of shock. The huge body of the demonic bull emitted dazzling runes, constantly vibrating with divine power as vast as the sea, wanting to shatter Du Xiaofu's phantom. But no matter how hard the demon ox tried, although the huge mountain's shadow shook, it could not be shaken at all. What a powerful great meridian soul! You've obtained 30% of my true inheritance. Now it's my turn. Looking at Du Xiaofu using his pulse soul to suppress the demon ox phantom on the tall and skinny middle-aged man, little demon Du suddenly let out a soft shout. Her sparkling and translucent body was wrapped in multicolored light, and talisman runes spread out. Roar! Du Xiaoyao's ape body roared and appeared in front of the suppressed demon ox shadow. A terrifying aura burst out, and she suddenly punched out. Boom! This punch was wrapped in a hazy radiance, as if the world had just been created. Around the fist, the space was blurred and distorted, as if it could push in all directions and suppress everything. It contained an inexplicable pressure that could burst the soul and make the soul throb. Boom! Du Xiaoyao's fist rapidly enlarged in the pupils of the demon ox shadow, and then it blasted between the two horns' eyebrows. Suddenly, the sound waves were sonorous and deafening, and the runes and energy spread out in all directions. Du Xiaoyao's punch was even able to resonate with the mountain vein soul that Du Xiaofu had activated. The two were connected, creating a chain reaction, complementing each other, and the power increased unexpectedly. Walala! The tall and thin middle-aged man's eyes were filled with horror. The demon ox shadow's body began to explode, and it was destroyed directly. Puff puff puff, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out from the tall and thin middle-aged man's mouth. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. The broken runes spread out, and a huge mountain nearby was destroyed. The mountain vein soul disappeared, and it turned into a sky full of bright golden runes and mysterious runes, and returned to Du Xiaofu's body. Qi! At the same time, Du Xiaofu appeared in the sky, and his figure was like a god. He directly swooped down like a ghost and appeared in front of the tall and thin middle-aged man. Die! The pale golden light was dazzling, and Du Xiaofu swooped down like a golden-winged rock. His fist was wrapped in pale golden runes, and it carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock. His fist landed on the tall and thin middle-aged man's chest with a loud bang. How can he be so strong? Could there be a talent in this small place? My life is over. The tall and thin middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and his fist grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, his eyes were filled with despair and shock. A young man who had just broken through to the pulse spirit realm had such strength. This was a talent. Bam! Du Xiaofu's fist landed, and the tall and thin middle-aged man's last defense was destroyed. The pale golden runes surged into his body like a flash flood. Puff! The tall and thin young man's body was directly sent flying, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest. Blood spurted out, and his internal organs were shattered. After he fell to the ground, his vitality was destroyed, and he died on the spot. Floating sky suppression. At the same time, in the sky not far away, Yi Piaoling's Xian Qi burst out, and waves of black energy suddenly spread out. Each wave was fiercer than the last, and the momentum was surging, as if it could suppress everything. It was so terrifying. Wu! At this moment, the short and fat middle-aged man had already connected with his martial vein. He merged with a huge crimson demonic eagle phantom, and a terrifying airwave burst out from its wings. However, under the suppression of Yi Piaoling's attack, the crimson demonic eagle phantom was firmly suppressed by waves of energy like the waves of the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! For a moment, no matter how the demonic eagle phantom flapped its wings and turned the sky upside down, it was blocked and suppressed by the overwhelming momentum. It was unable to destroy the vast attack. Hum! At the same time, the serene python in Yi Piaoling's hand burst out a bright light, and the pale black Xian Qi on her body poured into the serene python in her hand, causing that serene python to hum like the wind and thunder. As the vast Xian Qi poured in, a liquid-like rune energy suddenly flowed and spread on the serene python. An extremely terrifying energy was released, and the rune dazzled and swept out. In an instant, under the surprised gazes of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, who had just raised their heads, it condensed into a huge serene rune python that was dozens of feet long. Hiss! Hiss! This huge python was like a sword and a beast. The runes were monstrous, and its aura was shocking, causing people to tremble in fear. Serene Python Sword Art. Yi Piaoling suddenly spat out a low and fierce shout. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and the serene python sword light swept out, and a terrifying aura burst out like a flood. Chi la la. In an instant, wherever the serene python passed, the space was distorted, and a dazzling sword light swept out, bringing with it an extremely sharp and ear-piercing sound as it broke through the space like thunder. At this moment, facing such a majestic and fierce attack, the demonic eagle's eyes were covered by the serene rune python that swept over. The pupils of the short and fat middle-aged man contracted, and fear spread. Chi la la. The serene python destroyed everything, and the demonic eagle's shadow collapsed inch by inch like fireworks. The short and fat middle-aged man's figure appeared, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth in the air. Swish! Swish! Yi Piaoling's figure swept over like lightning, and the sharp light in her eyes swept across the sky. The serene python in her hand burst out a dazzling sword light, and directly pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The sect won't. Before the short and fat middle-aged man could finish his words, his eyes were closed in fear, and his vitality had been destroyed. His body fell from the sky, and there was no more vitality left. What a powerful attack! That sword's aura is so strong. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the sky. The power of that sword was extraordinary, and it was definitely a precious treasure. It looks delicious, but I'm afraid it will get stuck in my teeth. Du Xiaoyao returned to her little monkey form and also landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Looking at the spiritual python in Yi Piaoling's hand, she was almost drooling. However, her pale golden eyes were filled with worry, as if she was afraid that she would not be able to swallow that sword. Pfft! Yi Piaoling landed on the ground, and her face was already as pale as ash. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and immediately said to Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, "Many people are coming. Let's leave first." After hurriedly cleaning up, Yi Piaoling destroyed all the corpses on the ground, and the two of them left in a hurry. Swish! Swish! Just a moment after the two of them left, the sound of wind breaking resounded. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, and they were all approaching carefully. It's a fight between experts. With such destructive power, I'm afraid that there are at least a few martial lords at the Nirvana realm and above fighting intensely. Be careful. Don't provoke those experts. Many figures appeared, and they looked at the destroyed mountains around them. They felt that there were still many shocking auras spreading in the space, and they were all shocked. Another 3 days passed. Within this mountain range, many experts appeared. There were quite a number of martial marquis realm cultivators. Chapter 330. These people seemed to have come in search of something. Their arrival startled the surrounding mountains, causing the birds to flee and the beasts to lay dormant. Mountain streams, valleys, steep cliffs, dense forests. Everyone was searching everywhere, attracted by the shocking commotion a few days ago. However, that commotion never appeared again. This caused everyone to fall into a state of confusion, and they did not know where to begin their search. Is the legend true? Is there really a cave dwelling of an expert hidden within the dark forest? It should be true. A few days ago, multicolored light soared into the sky and the earth shook. That should be the cave dwelling of the hidden expert appearing. Rumor has it that the expert is extremely powerful, and that there are precious treasures and divine weapons in the cave dwelling. Within the dense forests of the mountain range, groups of 3 to 5 people were discussing. Everyone who came after receiving the news was filled with yearning. Everyone wanted to obtain the treasure. No one forgot to be on guard. This was also within the dark forest. Once there were more people, there would naturally be endless disputes. Occasionally, after a few words, people would come to blows. The large mountain range gradually became more chaotic, and also more lively. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun shrouded the land. Gradually, night fell. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the mountain range, the earth shook again. Multicolored light soared into the sky, and an aura spread across the sky. Within the spreading aura, there was a faint trace of a terrifying aura spreading. This aura was like the awakening of a ferocious beast, causing the birds and beasts in the surrounding mountains to go into hibernation, causing the cultivators to feel fear and their souls to tremble. What a terrifying aura! That terrifying aura spread, causing everyone to feel fear and trepidation. However, everything disappeared without a trace. It's in front, not far away. In the surrounding mountains, countless figures flew out, following the direction of that multicolored light. They were afraid that if they were a step too slow, the treasure would be taken by someone else first. Early in the morning, the sky separated from the night sky. In the mountains and forests, all living things awakened. Who? Within the cave, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, the faint golden aura around him retracted into his body. He opened his eyes, the faint golden light in his eyes flickering like golden lightning. Then, it was retracted, and his eyes regained their clarity. Boom! A vigorous aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, it gradually calmed down. I've finally reached the pulse spirit realm. Du Xiaofu muttered with a smile. Feeling the abundant profound qi in his body and the strengthening of his physical strength, his entire body felt indescribably comfortable, and he wished he could roar a few times. After a few days of breathing, his cultivation of the initial level of the pulse spirit realm had completely stabilized. This guy is also cultivating. Du Xiaofu then looked at Du Xiaoyao, who was wrapped in golden light, with a curious gaze. Perhaps it was because she had swallowed a practitioner weapon, but Du Xiaoyao was also obediently cultivating. After a while, Du Xiaofu slowly got up and walked out of the cave so as not to disturb Du Xiaoyao's cultivation. Outside the cave, at the peak of the mountain, the morning sun shone. Du Xiaofu stood there quietly. The morning breeze blew, and a few strands of his long black hair danced around his ears. From time to time, the ends of his hair brushed past his resolute face. I wonder where father is now, and when will I be able to see mother and sister? His purple robe fluttering slightly, Du Xiaofu looked at the vast forest and continuous mountain peaks in front of him. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. I didn't expect you to have such a sentimental side. A faint voice sounded. When the last word of the voice fell, a black-robed youth appeared beside Du Xiaofu. The black-robed youth looked in the direction Du Xiaofu was looking. Under the scattered bangs on his forehead, there was an innate piercing sharpness in his eyes. Then, he turned slightly to look at Du Xiaofu. His thin lips parted slightly, and he said, "Thank you very much this time. I owe you another one." The black-robed youth was Yi Piaoling. At this moment, his faint voice was no longer indifferent, and there was some gentleness in his piercing sharp eyes. "You're welcome. I just helped when I saw injustice." Du Xiaofu smiled. His tightened eyebrows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. "Those people are not to be trifled with. You've already gotten yourself into big trouble." Yi Piaoling smiled. He had a high nose bridge, and his thin lips were slightly arrogant. His temperament was extraordinary, but it made people not dare to approach him. He was like an eagle in the night, proud and aloof. How are they compared to the Dark Nether sect? Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Piaoling and asked. Yi Piaoling looked slightly at Du Xiaofu for a while, and said, "They should be much more difficult to deal with than the Dark Nether sect." "How about the Divine Light Court?" Du Xiaofu blinked and continued to ask. Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "They're a little bit worse. The Divine Light Court should be more difficult to deal with." "Huh, what's there to be afraid of? I've already killed a Scarlet Cloud Dragon of the Divine Light Court, and I've also beaten a kid with a spiritual vein body half to death. Do you think I'm afraid of this little trouble?" Du Xiaofu immediately laughed. He looked at Yi Piaoling and said, "As the saying goes, when there's too much debt, there's no need to worry. When there's too much trouble, there's no need to be afraid. You win." Yi Piaoling looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu, not knowing what to say. Then, he frowned and looked at Du Xiaofu, and said, "Why don't you ask why those guys are chasing after me? I didn't help you because of them. I helped you because I like your temperament. Who cares why they're chasing after you? There's no need to ask. Besides, it's not a good thing to be chased after. You just said that those people are difficult to deal with. Even if I ask, I won't be able to avenge you. Why should I ask?" Du Xiaofu said. "Thank you." Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu, and his eyes flickered. Then, he said two simple words. Du Xiaofu smiled and felt the aura on Yi Piaoling's body. He was a little surprised, and said, "You've recovered quite quickly from such a serious injury." "It's not a big deal. I'll probably recover in a few days," Yi Piaoling said. "There's something wrong with your body." Du Xiaofu felt the aura on Yi Piaoling's body and frowned. He used his spiritual energy to check Yi Piaoling's body. He found that although Yi Piaoling's injuries had recovered, the qi in his body was quite chaotic. He had noticed this chaotic aura last time in the Dark City. "I was hit by my enemy's red killing palm. It's a vicious cultivation method. It's said that people who are hit by the red killing palm are basically incurable. I relied on some methods to survive." Yi Piaoling didn't hide anything and said, "I came to the dark forest because I heard that the king of medicine was living in seclusion there. So, I wanted to try my luck and find him. Unfortunately, I haven't found him yet." "You're also here to find that guy?" Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was extremely difficult for others to find the king of medicine. However, he often saw that old man even though he didn't want to. "You know the king of medicine?" Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu and trembled. "I've only seen him. I don't know him, but I don't know where he is now. If there's a chance in the future, you can go to a pharmacy called the Medicine Hut in Dark Forest Town to try your luck," Du Xiaofu said. "I've been there. I got the news that it was the medicine hut in Dark Forest Town. But when I got there, the medicine hut had already been burned down. Yi Piaoling sighed and then calmed down, and said, I think this is fate. I'm destined to die. Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at Yi Piaoling, and said, don't be so depressed. Maybe there's still a chance. There are many medicine talisman masters in the world. Maybe. Yi Piaoling said softly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, he felt very comfortable. He had never gotten along so well with someone of the same generation. Since he was young, he had lived in oppression and competition. Everyone around him was his competitor. He didn't have any time to relax. However, despite his efforts, he still ended up like this. He was forced to escape from the sect and was hunted down by the sect. He was also hit by the red killing palm. He didn't know how long he could live. After a while, Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu with some curiosity, and said, did you really beat up a person with the spiritual pulse from the Divine Light Court? Yes, but I had some scruples. I didn't dare to kill him. But he should be half dead. Du Xiaofu said softly. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He didn't like the feeling of having scruples. A real man should be free and unrestrained. Hearing this, Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu with some shock. He naturally knew how terrifying a person with the spiritual pulse was. But then, Yi Piaoling sighed. His talent wasn't inferior to a person with the spiritual pulse before. It was a pity that he met with misfortune. How strong is the Divine Light Court? Du Xiaofu looked up and asked Yi Piaoling. Very strong. They control several empires and have many experts. There are even many martial lords. It's rumored that the Divine Light Court has a martial venerable. Yi Piaoling told Du Xiaofu everything he knew. Martial venerable? What level is that? Hearing the two words martial exalted, Du Xiaofu's heart involuntarily trembled. It was as if he had resonated with something. Those two simple words seemed to have an invisible might towards cultivators. You know very little. It's no wonder. After all, this is a small place. You don't know too much. Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. He said, you are now in the spiritual pulse realm. After the spiritual pulse realm, you can enter the martial lord realm by merging with the spiritual pulse spirit. Only then can you barely walk outside. After the martial lord realm, the spiritual pulse spirit is broken and merged with the body. Only then can you be called a king. After the martial king realm, the martial pulse spirit covers the mortal body. The martial pulse spirit and the physical body merge. The spiritual pulse spirit guards the palace. Those who succeed will soar to the sky in one step and become a martial emperor. When a martial emperor is angry, he can move mountains and seas and leave corpses everywhere. If you fail, your cultivation will be scattered. In the worst case, you will be turned into ashes. It's amazing for an empire to have a martial emperor. Today's update is fast. Little you, continue to work hard. The flowers are now 159. Brothers, please drop 200. Little you will continue to write. Chapter 331. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Yi Piaoling's eyes were filled with yearning. Martial King and Martial Emperor were his goals. Unfortunately, he did not know if he would have the time to do so now. After the Martial Emperor realm is the Martial Honorable realm. It is rumored that the strongest person in the Divine Light Court has already reached the Martial Honorable realm. His honorable realm has allowed the Divine Light Court to remain strong. Yi Piaoling paused for a while, then continued to speak softly to Du Xiaofu. Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Honorable Realm. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with yearning as he listened. In comparison, his current Meridian Spirit Realm was far too weak. After a while, Du Xiaofu continued to look at Yi Piaoling and asked, what about after the martial honorable realm? Yi Piaoling shook his head and said, after the martial honorable realm, I'm not too sure. I've only heard some rumors. However, there is no end to cultivation, and there is no end to the martial path. After the martial honorable realm, there are naturally more powerful levels. However, with our current cultivation, we are still unable to come into contact with that wider world, Yi Piaoling said softly. His piercingly sharp eyes were filled with anticipation, but they were also filled with sadness. There is no end to cultivation, there is no end to the martial path, and there is no end to the strong, Du Xiaofu muttered softly, as if he had understood something. You should go out. With your talent, you shouldn't stay in this corner. Although the dark forest is not small, compared to the entire continent, it is only a remote corner. This place is too small. In the long run, you will be confined here, Yi Piaoling said seriously to Du Xiaofu. How big is the outside world? Du Xiaofu also asked Yi Piaoling seriously. It's very big. The dark forest is the closest to the Stone Dragon Empire. It's also connected to a few other empires. Each empire has many prefectures and countless cities, but compared to a continent, it's just a small and remote place. Yi Piaoling stared at Du Xiaofu and slowly took a few steps forward. His black robe and long hair fluttered as he stood with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the sky ahead and said, rumor has it that we are in the central continent. Countless sects and clans have appeared in the central continent. There are even great sects and powerful clans that are above the imperial power. Whether it was the Stone Dragon Empire or the Dark Forest, they were both in a corner. The center of the Central Plains is the true world of cultivation. It is the holy land for us cultivators. That place was filled with heroes. There were many outstanding individuals, and there were endless streams of people. There were powerful demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines, and there were rare and terrifying demonic spirits that looked down on the world. Each and every one of them was peerless in their generation, and their names shook the world. Even though the strong are respected there and the weak are prey to the strong, that place still represents the pinnacle of cultivators. Compared to the Dark Forest and the Stone Dragon Empire, this place is too small. Yi Piaoling's eyes slightly trembled after hearing this. In the past, he also wanted to go to the Central Continent. That was the place he wanted to go. But now, Yi Piaoling knew that he didn't have a chance. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also shaken. His mind was shaken. No one had ever told him about this before. No one had ever told him that the outside world was so big. Martial kings, martial kings, martial saints. Above the central continent, there were numerous countries. That place represented the pinnacle of cultivators. That place was filled with heroes and geniuses. There were endless streams of powerful demonic beasts and terrifying demonic spirits that looked down on the world. Their talents were peerless and their names shook the world. Yi Piaoling's words echoed in Du Xiaofu's mind. At this moment, a majestic map appeared in his mind. It was a gigantic world. His blood was boiling. He wanted to go there immediately and compete with the heroes there. He wanted to see if he could stand at the top of the central continent. Do you want to become a real expert? Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated. There was a faint golden light in them. He slightly nodded and said, of course. The weak are prey to the strong. I don't bully others, but I don't want to be bullied by others. Then you should leave this place as soon as possible. If this place is too small, it will restrict you. As Yi Piaoling spoke, he slowly clenched his fists within the sleeves of his black robe. His body slightly trembled and sharpness flickered in his eyes. He said, as cultivators, once we step onto the path of cultivation, we have already chosen to follow the law of the jungle. Strength is everything. If you are weak, you can only be bullied by others. You are meat on the chopping block. If you're weak, you don't even have the right to live. You don't even have the right to decide your own life. Crippled martial vein, a fool's name, parents forced to separate, brother and sister I haven't seen. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and thought of the past. Scene after scene appeared in his mind. In the dark forest, he was chased by the Black Fiend sect like a stray dog. Not long ago, he was chased by the Dark Nether sect. He was forced to flee by the powerful people of Dark City. He could only flee. If you're weak, you can only be bullied by others. You don't even have the right to decide your own life. If you're weak, you don't even have the right to live. You don't even have the right to decide your own life. Yi Piaoling's words trembled in Du Xiaofu's mind. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing his soul to tremble. I want to become strong. I want my parents to be together. I want my brother and sister to be reunited. I want to become strong. I want to become strong. I want to become strong. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will retaliate. Even if I'm far away, I will kill them. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky with golden light flickering in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. He firmly believed that he must become strong as soon as possible. In a world where strength was everything, the strong preyed on the weak. Becoming strong was the only way to survive. If one obeyed, one would be ordinary. If one defied, one would be strong. The sun was setting in the west. Thick clouds and mist occupied the sky. The setting sun took advantage of the gaps and shot out rays of crimson light. In the vast sea of trees, golden rays of light were rolling. Du Xiaoyao was still cultivating and Du Xiaofu couldn't leave. Therefore, he set up a seal at the entrance of the cave. In any case, Du Xiaofu was a 4-star spirit talisman master. Setting up some seals was definitely not a difficult task for him. Then, Du Xiaofu found a small cave nearby and entered it. He also set up a seal at the entrance of the cave. Work hard to become stronger. Speed up the process of becoming stronger. After everything was ready, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the cave and muttered to himself. Yi Piaoling's words during the day shocked Du Xiaofu greatly. It also opened up a new world in Du Xiaofu's heart. A new picture unfolded in front of Du Xiaofu. And Du Xiaofu knew that he had to work hard to become stronger in order to achieve all of this. Zhen Qingchen had said that the Xiantian realm and the Pulse realm were the most important stages in building a good foundation. One couldn't be impatient. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret it. But now, Du Xiaofu had already stepped into the Pulse spirit realm. Although it was still very important to stabilize one's cultivation and build a good foundation, compared to the Xiantian realm and the Pulse realm, he had to pay less attention to his foundation. After all, his foundation had been established and he could start to break through. Du Xiaoyao was still cultivating. Since she couldn't leave, Du Xiaofu didn't want to waste time. He planned to first cultivate the second stage of the Golden Rock's body tempering technique, bone washing and marrow cleansing. The first stage of the Golden Rock's body tempering technique was to temper the golden feathers. It required spiritual herbs to temper the body. The second stage of bone washing and marrow cleansing required consuming the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking. The blood essence contained the most violent energy to wash the bones and marrow. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more effective its blood essence would be for bone washing and marrow cleansing. Ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't be very effective. It had been a long time since he had obtained the blood of the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon, but Du Xiaofu hadn't had the time to cultivate. And now, Du Xiaofu planned to use the time he had to start cultivating the second stage of the body tempering technique, bone washing and marrow cleansing. Although he had the blood of the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon in his hands, the first thing Du Xiaofu needed to do was to refine the Flood Dragon's blood into true essence blood. There was a lot of blood in an entire Flood Dragon. Although Du Xiaofu practiced the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks, he still had a human body. It was impossible for him to swallow an entire Flood Dragon's blood. Du Xiaofu cultivated the golden rock's body tempering technique, but he wasn't a golden rock. He could only refine the blood into the purest form of blood essence and refine all the impurities. Finally, he would consume the purest scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood essence to cultivate the body tempering technique. The effect of this was definitely not inferior to swallowing an entire scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood essence. It might even surpass it. It could only be stronger. Qi-la. With a shake of his long sleeve, Du Xiaofu's body appeared in a row of uneven bottles of different sizes. Faintly, a frantic force spread out from them. Inside them was the scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood. Then, Du Xiaofu condensed a handprint in his hand. Suddenly, white light enveloped his body like divine light. An extremely ancient aura surged out from his body. Then, many dazzling runes surged out in front of him. Finally, these dazzling runes rapidly converged, before directly condensing into a spiritual stove symbol cauldron filled with white, green, black, scarlet and yellow energy. Bang! Above the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron, a faint golden radiance appeared, and a blazing aura spread out. The mysterious patterns on the talisman flickered incessantly, and a powerful aura surged out like a wave, shaking the whole cave. Walala! Inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, flames jumped, and the hand seals in Du Xiaofu's hand started to condense and change. Then, with a wave of his hand, a white divine radiance wrapped around many bottles and jars. Blood with frantic fluctuations of energy was immediately poured into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Aoo, when the scarlet cloud flood dragon's blood was poured into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, it came in contact with the blazing flames. The fluctuations of energy immediately intensified, as if a flood dragon's roar was faintly heard. Today's update is complete. I can finally finish the update earlier. Chapter 332. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, controlling the fluctuations of the 5 elemental symbols inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. A blazing aura immediately whizzed out, wrapping around the blood of the scarlet cloud flood dragon and starting to refine it. All impurities had to be refined, leaving behind the purest blood essence, and finally cleansing the bones. Time slowly passed, and this refining process was extremely exhausting for Du Xiaofu. His mental energy had to sense the changes inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, including the changes in temperature and the flood dragon's blood. Du Xiaofu didn't dare relax even for the slightest change. Although this wasn't refining medicine, the slightest mistake could lead to the destruction of this precious flood dragon's blood. In any case, he was now a talisman master of the 4 stars, and his mental capacity had increased by quite a lot. After Du Xiaofu persevered for 14 hours, an extremely pure energy started to fluctuate inside the spiritual stove. Ao, inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, runes started to move, and multicolored light spread out. At this moment, the flood dragon's blood had already reached its purest state, and the boundless energy it contained was also at its peak. Not long after, a flood dragon's roar could be heard, shaking the soul. Rumble. The spiritual stove symbol cauldron swayed, as if a flood dragon was surging inside, wanting to destroy Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove symbol cauldron. The essence blood of a demonic beast contained the energy of a demonic beast. To humans hunting demonic beasts, aside from secret bones, the most important treasure was the essence blood contained in their blood. Although it was common knowledge that the most powerful secret techniques and beast energy of demonic beasts were hidden inside their secret bones, there was still a certain amount of essence blood contained within. However, blood would still contain some of it. If one could obtain it, it would be priceless. The stronger the demonic beast, the more precious its essence blood was. The blood of demonic beasts of the highest grade was a treasure among treasures, much more precious than those heavenly treasures. Rumble. Finally, inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, the roar reached its peak, and after a violent hissing sound, a dazzling radiance rushed out of the cauldron, illuminating the entire cave. The radiance was dazzling, as if a flood dragon had come back to life. AO. Inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, a dazzling radiance soared to the sky, filling the whole cave with dazzling runes, before transforming into a profound cloud scarlet flood dragon. This scarlet cloud flood dragon was several zhang in size, ferocious, as if it was alive. Its flood dragon eyes stared at Du Xiaofu, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu to shreds for revenge. A terrifying pressure spread out from the demonic flood dragon's body. Its aura was not any weaker than its original body when it was alive. It was soul-shaking and intimidating, causing people to tremble with fear. If I could slap you to death when you were alive, why are you still so arrogant when you're dead? Du Xiaofu made his move. Forming hand seals, one of his hands was covered with golden-colored talisman runes. Layer upon layer, densely packed, domineering and fierce. His hand slapped towards the scarlet cloud flood dragon's phantom, like a golden-winged rock spreading its wings. Hulala! The scarlet cloud flood dragon's phantom was immediately smashed to pieces by Du Xiaofu's hand, turning into resplendent blood, which once again fell into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Inside the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, dazzling runes spread out, and resplendent multicolored light erupted like a sun. Start! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Along with the condensing of his hand seals, a resplendent blood essence liquid was sucked directly into Du Xiaofu's mouth, accompanied by thousands of multicolored glows, just like a resplendent pillar of light. This was the purest blood essence of the scarlet cloud flood dragon, which seemed to contain the most terrifying surging energy, enveloping Du Xiaofu in an incomparably resplendent radiance. AOO, as the blood essence was sucked into Du Xiaofu's mouth, the roars of a flood dragon could be faintly heard from Du Xiaofu's throat. Creak, as the blood essence of the scarlet cloud flood dragon was swallowed into Du Xiaofu's stomach, the spiritual stove symbol cauldron dissipated into runes, and the profound mysteries returned to his body. Immediately, Du Xiaofu's complexion turned red, as the blood essence of the scarlet cloud flood dragon rushed into his body. That boundless berserk energy collided inside Du Xiaofu's body, spreading to his internal organs, penetrating his bones, muscles, and cells, causing Du Xiaofu's face to immediately turn red. That boundless energy was like a myriad of beasts surging inside his body, wanting to completely destroy Du Xiaofu's body. The berserk energy rushed out, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu's body to shreds. And this was only Du Xiaofu's case. If it were any other cultivator at the initial stage of the spiritual pulse stage, directly swallowing the blood essence of the scarlet cloud flood dragon, they would probably explode and die on the spot. Ah, pain, intense pain, as if his body was about to be torn to shreds. Even with Du Xiaofu's endurance, he found it hard to bear, and couldn't help but cry out. It seemed that crying out would at least make him feel a bit better. The intense pain, as if his body was about to be torn to shreds, made Du Xiaofu suffer unspeakably. But Du Xiaofu only let out a few miserable cries before Du Xiaofu forcibly endured it. Now was not the time to scream. The purpose of taking that berserk blood essence was to cultivate the second layer of the body refining technique, bone cleansing and marrow cleansing. Now, he needed the berserk energy contained in the blood essence of the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list to have the desired effect. Condensing his hand seals, Du Xiaofu started to cultivate the second layer of the body refining technique, bone cleansing and marrow cleansing, using his profound energy to guide the berserk blood essence in his body to cleanse his bones and marrow, making his body even more powerful. Using his profound energy to guide the blood essence to cleanse his bones and marrow, the intense pain in his body made Du Xiaofu's forehead drip with cold sweat, but he forcefully endured it and didn't utter a single sound. Within Du Xiaofu's body, light gradually spread out from within. Resplendent light, runes flickered, complex and profound. The runes sparkled, constantly changing, and finally turned into the image of a profound cloud scarlet dragon, faintly enveloping Du Xiaofu. The Xianyun Scarlet Flood Dragon's shadow circled around Du Xiaofu from head to toe. Ao ao. The dragon head roared, malevolent and ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu to shreds. Roar roar, woo woo, within the surrounding mountains, beasts roared incessantly, and countless ferocious birds and beasts rushed out from within the mountains. There seemed to be a murderous aura spreading in the depths of the forest, causing the birds and beasts to stay away, not daring to approach. Countless people surged into the depths of the forest, all of them looking for the cave of the expert. It was said that there were countless treasures in the cave of the expert, including precious treasures and divine weapons. It said that someone saw the seal just ahead, but those who entered were all dead, killed by the seal. They were all at the spiritual pulse realm. I heard that someone saw a puppet, a very high-level puppet. It could kill spiritual pulse realm experts as if it was nothing, and even martial lords wouldn't dare to fight against it. It can't be, a puppet is so rare, how could it appear here so casually? The rumor must be true. There is a cave of the expert in the dark forest, and I saw the experts of the Twin Hatred sect coming. I also saw Fort Master Mu of the Mu family fort. It said that they are super experts at the Martial King realm. If they come, I'm afraid we won't be able to get the treasures, even if there is one. That's not it. Treasures have always been obtained by those who are fated, and it has nothing to do with strength. It's just that the stronger the strength, the more competitive it is. In the chaotic mountain range, people were discussing everywhere, and there were disputes from time to time, which attracted more and more people to gather. Now, almost all of the adventurers in the dark forest had arrived. On a mountain peak, the peak was shrouded in clouds, and dozens of figures were looking ahead, their auras sharp and vigorous. They were the fort master of the Mu family fort, Mu Mingqing, and the other experts of the Mu family fort. The seal should be broken soon. The weapon-revered cave is indeed in the dark forest. Mu Mingqing looked at the mountain stream in front of him, where a murderous aura spread out, and his eyes were filled with yearning and passion. Father, is the weapon-revered cave real? Mu Zhenghao asked Mu Mingqing from behind. Mu Mingqing turned slightly to look at Mu Zhenghao, and said, now it seems to be real. The weapon-revered cave is hidden in the dark forest, and the legend that has been passed down for thousands of years is not groundless. After a pause, Mu Mingqing continued, but there are not many people who still remember this legend. It is said that many of the top experts of the big sects in the central region have come to the dark forest to search. But they have searched for dozens of years, and found nothing. Therefore, for thousands of years, the legend has been forgotten, and those who heard the legend did not take it seriously. But now, it seems to be true. Brother, Hen Tian, Wan Sanpeng, Xue Tianqiu, and the others are all here. Many people who have been hiding their names can't sit still. It seems that there will be a fight this time. Lu Linqiao said to Mu Mingqing. The weapon-revered cave is no small matter, and no one can resist it. Of course, they will come back. I hope the news hasn't spread yet, otherwise, I'm afraid that those horrible masters in the central region will enter the dark forest again. At that time, the dark forest will be a disaster. Mu Mingqing frowned, and couldn't help but be a little worried. Clouds and mist spread, and on the protruding rocks of the cliff, a fierce murderous aura spread out, making the surrounding beasts and birds not dare to come close. Feeling this murderous aura, no adventurers dared to come close. On the rocks, many experts of the Black Devil sect stood. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize many of them. Father, is the weapon-revered cave real? Xue Yunming asked Xue Tianqiu, who was standing at the front. Looking at the situation now, of course it is real. Xue Tianqiu nodded, looking forward, his eyes surging with yearning and expectation. Who is the weapon-revered cave? Why haven't I heard of it? Xue Yunming asked his father, Xue Tianqiu. In the book review section, I saw that some readers were discussing yesterday's chapter, I Am Steel. Some readers felt that it was too lame, but some readers thought that it was indispensable, and it was a rare good chapter. Little you will not express any opinions here. What I want to say is that it is enough to see my brothers discussing the plot. Today's first update is here. Little you will continue to write, continue to ask for flowers, ask for anything, and thank my brothers. Chapter 333. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The revered weapon was an expert who made his name 1,000 years ago. He was an outstanding existence among the weapon talisman masters and was famous throughout the central region for his weapon forging. Rumor has it that the revered weapon suddenly disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. Later, there was another rumor that the revered weapon died because he failed to forge a divine weapon. It is very likely that the revered weapon ended up in the dark forest. It is said that the revered weapon was an expert who walked out of the dark forest. The place he chose to die was most likely the dark forest. At that time, countless experts flocked to the central region to search for the revered weapon's final resting place, hoping to obtain the revered weapon's lifetime treasure and even his inheritance. However, countless experts searched the dark forest for decades and centuries, but they did not find any trace of the revered weapon's cave. Later, this legend gradually faded, Xue Tianqiu said. If we can obtain the revered weapon's treasure, then our Black Fiend sect will be able to control the dark forest. Xue Yunming's eyes were blazing. As the young master of the Black Fiend sect, if the Black Fiend sect could control the entire dark forest, then he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the dark forest. Your vision is still too shallow. Xue Tianqiu said to Xue Yunming, the revered weapon was an expert whose strength shook the entire central region. The revered weapon was the top weapon talisman master in the entire central region. If we can obtain his treasure, not only will we be able to control the dark forest, it will also be enough for our Black Fiend sect to occupy a place in the central region. Rumble. Just as Xue Tianqiu's voice fell, a large mountain in front of them suddenly trembled. Huge rocks rolled down, the earth shook, and multicolored light shot up into the sky, covering the sun. Whoosh! Under countless gazes from all directions, within the multicolored light that covered the sky, an unfamiliar mountain range suddenly appeared out of thin air, directly appearing in the space in front of them. Within the multicolored light, within the mountain range, there were continuous peaks, but everywhere was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew within the mountain range, exuding a ferocious aura. That's the seal. The seal has appeared. Suddenly, from all directions, there were people exclaiming. The seal had been opened, and within the seal, there must be a treasure. Whoosh! Everyone couldn't bear it any longer. Numerous silhouettes soared through the air, flying towards that unfamiliar place. Everyone wanted to obtain the treasures. That was their true purpose for coming here. Hurry up and snatch the treasure. We can't let others beat us to it. When the remaining people saw that there were people fighting to be the first to enter, some of them originally planned to endure it for a while. However, when they saw the densely packed figures entering the sealed land to seize the treasures, they could not stand it anymore. Many experts soared into the sky and swarmed in. There are spiritual weapons. There are 3 spiritual weapons on that rock. When someone entered the sealed area, they immediately discovered the 3 spirit weapons. Their eyes immediately turned crimson red. Rumble. The 3 spirit artifacts immediately caused a huge battle to break out. The 3 spirit artifacts caused hundreds of people to be severely injured or killed. Furthermore, even more people were still fighting over them. In the end, the spectating experts could not bear it any longer. One after another, they soared into the sky and entered the sealed land. There are plenty of spirit artifacts that you can take. The burly man in short robes had only one eye. His gaze was as sharp as a large knife. With a wave of his hand, he sent several people flying and kept a spirit artifact in his hand. It's a spirit artifact. It's good to keep it as a gift. A tall and skinny old man appeared. Wherever he passed, the surrounding space distorted. One figure after another was sent flying. Then, he grabbed the second spirit artifact in his hand. "Get out of the way." Mu Mingqing's figure landed on the ground. A terrifying aura erupted and the surrounding dozen people were sent flying in all directions. Then, he snatched the third spirit artifact. "There are more spirit artifacts in front. Hurry up and snatch them." Another person discovered the spirit artifacts in front of them. One after another, they rushed over and a huge battle was about to break out. Whoosh! Everyone entered the sealed land and immediately spread out to search for the real treasure. "Oh no, there are puppets. Isn't this the kind of puppet that appeared a few days ago?" Suddenly, puppets appeared in the sealed land. They were extremely strange puppets, but their power was terrifying. They could kill post-spiritual realm cultivators as if they were nothing. Even martial marquis realm cultivators could not do anything to those puppets. These puppets seemed to have a mind of their own. They killed the intruders directly. Many people were torn to pieces by the puppets, and a mist of blood spilled out. However, this did not stop the crowd from searching for treasures. A steady stream of people entered the sealed land. There were fights everywhere, and the rumbling sound of explosions resounded through the sky. In the cave, Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged. His body was covered in a golden light. The mysterious runes on the talisman flickered and his aura was domineering. After 5 days, Du Xiaofu had succeeded. Of course, this success did not mean that Du Xiaofu had successfully broken through the bone marrow cleansing body refining technique. It was just that the blood essence of the Xianyun Scarlet Dragon had successfully carried out the first bone marrow cleansing body refining technique. The blood essence of a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list was far from enough to reach the level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. Enduring the intense pain in his body, Du Xiaofu spent an entire 5 days refining the boundless energy within the Scarlet Cloud Dragon's blood essence into every bit of his flesh, blood, bones, and cells. Du Xiaofu used the violent energy within the Scarlet Cloud Flood Dragon's blood essence to cleanse his body, washing away the impurities hidden within his bones and marrow. At the same time, he used the boundless energy contained in his blood essence to nourish his body. With this two-pronged approach, he could cleanse his bones and cleanse his marrow. At this moment, one could faintly see that Du Xiaofu's body was covered in a layer of faint black substance from head to toe. It was like a sticky liquid that stained Du Xiaofu's body. These were the impurities within the depths of Du Xiaofu's bones and marrow, and they were cleansed by the violent energy contained within the Scarlet Cloud Wirm's blood essence. Walala! Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, golden light spreading all over his body. Mysterious runes flashed, and from afar, he looked like a golden-winged rock. He was domineering, fierce, and terrifying, enough to make 10,000 beasts prostrate themselves. At this moment, using the Scarlet Cloud Wirm's blood essence to cleanse his bones and marrow, Du Xiaofu had once again strengthened his body. And before this, in terms of refining his golden feathers, Du Xiaofu had cultivated to the true rock realm that even a true golden-winged rock would find difficult to reach. Although this didn't make too much progress in terms of cultivation, the benefits it brought were astonishing. It could allow one's combat strength to increase by a frightening amount. His strength was simply not something that could be compared to someone of the same cultivation level. It would be easy for him to kill opponents of a higher cultivation level. Changing his hand seals, a flame spread out from his body, burning away the impurities on his body. Walala! Wrapped in flames and flickering runes, Du Xiaofu's entire body was resplendent. His body was sparkling and translucent, and even the long black hair on his back was wrapped in golden runes. He was like a god, emitting a domineering aura that was ancient and mysterious. After a moment, the aura around his body converged, and the resplendent golden light entered his body. Huff! Just as the last strand of golden light converged, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes suddenly opened, and a golden light burst out, and a domineering aura swept out. Boom! The aura shook the entire cave. Without a doubt, Du Xiaofu's strength had once again skyrocketed after cleansing his bones, marrow, and body. The effect is not bad. Feeling the strength of his body, Du Xiaofu smiled and muttered. He even discovered that his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit. The violent energy contained in the Xianyan Scarlet Dragon's blood essence had more or less turned into Xian Qi. After tidying up, Du Xiaofu undid the seal outside the cave and walked out. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly outside. He immediately saw Du Xiaoyao, who had just exited the cave. "You're finally out." Seeing Du Xiaofu, Yi Piaoling sighed. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu with some doubt in her eyes, and said, "Why do I feel that your cultivation has improved again?" Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "I should have improved a little." "Why, are you waiting for me?" Yi Piaoling raised her eyes and said, "You've been in seclusion for 5 days, but the outside world has been turned upside down. What's going on? Did something big happen?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression became serious and his heart tightened. He asked Yi Piaoling. Yi Piaoling said, "Just a few days ago, a sealed place appeared. I suspect that the Weapon Venerable's cave is inside. Now, everyone has gone to look for treasures. Yesterday, a few people accidentally broke in, so I caught them and asked them about the situation." Then, Yi Piaoling told Du Xiaofu what had happened recently. It was said that a sealed place had appeared a few days ago, and many spiritual weapons had appeared inside. It had caused a fierce fight, and countless people had died. Experts from the 2 sects of the pavilion and the fort had also joined in. There were even many experts who had hidden themselves. Even the experts from the 2 sects of the pavilion and the fort had to be cautious. In the sealed place, all kinds of puppets had appeared. Those terrifying puppets had killed many experts, including many martial marquis experts. However, until now, no one had found the location of the Weapon Venerable's cave. Could this be the great fortune and opportunity? Hearing Yi Piaoling's introduction, Du Xiaofu immediately thought of the great fortune and opportunity that Grandma Silver Flower had mentioned. According to what Grandma Silver Flower had said, a great fortune would appear here not long after, and it should be at the sealed grounds. Weapon Venerable's cave? What is that? Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked Yi Piaoling. Chapter 334. Legend has it that the Weapon Venerable was the top blacksmith in the central continent thousands of years ago. He walked out of the dark forest and became famous throughout the central continent. Everyone had always thought that the weapon talisman masters among the talisman masters were the least useful. Although they could refine spirit weapons and talisman weapons, most of them were used to increase the strength of others. Their own strength would not be too strong. Compared to the talisman masters, and martial cultivators, weapon talisman masters were the weakest. However, the venerable weapon had broken everyone's expectations. He had become an overlord through forging weapons. His puppets were extremely powerful, and he had become an overlord through forging weapons. Legend has it that the Weapon Venerable failed to make a weapon and died. He most likely died in the dark forest. Therefore, in the past thousands of years, there has been a legend about the Weapon Venerable's cave. It is said that whoever gets the Weapon Venerable's cave can get countless treasures and may even get the Weapon Venerable's inheritance. It is said that the Weapon Venerable was an 8-star talisman master, equivalent to a martial honorable. Yi Piaoling said with awe and yearning in his eyes. Then, he briefly told Du Xiaofu about the situation in the cave of the Venerable Weapon Master. He had heard about it, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. 8-star talisman master, equivalent to a martial honorable. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. That level was worthy of being an expert who stood in the central continent thousands of years ago. He then looked at Yi Piaoling and asked, "Why don't you go look for the Weapon Venerable's cave? Many people have come here these days." I'm afraid they will affect your closed-door training. Yi Piaoling said softly. Thank you. Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't say much. Yi Piaoling didn't look for the Weapon Venerable's cave because she was afraid that others would affect her closed-door training. This made Du Xiaofu's heart waver a lot. How many people could resist the attraction of the Weapon Venerable's cave? Are you interested in taking a look? Yi Piaoling said to Du Xiaofu. I don't think it's been long since the news about the sealed land has spread. I'm afraid that in a few days at the latest, there will be experts from the Central Plains who will come to look for the Weapon Venerable's cave. Of course I'm interested. Let's go together. Du Xiaofu was naturally interested. He had waited here for so long, and it was all for the sake of this great opportunity. The two of them did not need to pack anything. Immediately, they leaped into the air and rushed towards the sealed area. The sealed land was no longer sealed. It was as if a vast mountain range had appeared out of thin air. However, the air in this mountain range was filled with a fiendish aura, and not a single blade of grass grew. For some reason, it was completely barren. How terrifying! Even a martial lord expert was torn to shreds. What a terrifying puppet! I also saw the Marquis of Qingzhou of the Stone Dragon Empire fall. He came to the sealed land to search for treasures. It said that he obtained a practitioner weapon. I didn't expect him to fall in the sealed land. I don't know who killed him and stole his treasure. What's so strange about that? This is the Dark Forest, not the Stone Dragon Empire. The governor of Qingzhou is nothing in the Dark Forest. With Du Xiaoyao on his shoulder, Du Xiaofu and Yi Piaoling entered the sealed land. Along the way, they saw many corpses and traces of fighting. From the discussions, Du Xiaofu and Yi Piaoling learned a lot about the current situation in the sealed land. It was said that several practitioner weapons had appeared in the sealed land these days. More and more experts received the news. Some of them were from the Stone Dragon Empire, while others were from the surrounding empires. They all rushed to the sealed land. However, there were also many experts who fell in the sealed land. There were battles and fights every day. There were countless deaths and injuries on this land. The killing intent was overwhelming. The experts of the one pavilion, one castle, and two sects had entered the sealed land long ago. However, a few days had passed. Although many spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons had appeared, no one had found the real Weapon Venerable's cave. Bang bang bang. In the desolate mountain range filled with murderous aura, rumbling noises could be heard without end. Hundreds and thousands of people were watching the battle on the mountain top. However, they didn't dare to get close. There were dozens of people standing on the mountain top. They were dressed differently, but their auras were extremely terrifying. The weakest among them was at the Pulse Spirit Nirvana realm or above. There were more than a dozen corpses on the mountain top. Apparently, there had been a great battle and more than a dozen people had fallen. At this moment, there were 3 people fighting fiercely in the air above the mountain peak. The 3 of them were all martial lord realm cultivators. With a raise of their hands, they distorted space. The energy fluctuations were like surging waves, and the muffled sounds of energy resounded in the air. Bang bang bang. In the sky, 2 middle-aged men among the 3 martial lords besieged a burly man. The burly man who was besieged looked like he was in his 40s. He was 7 feet tall and thin. He wore a tight short shirt. His eyes shone brightly. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Especially when one of the 2 middle-aged men besieging him was at the mysterious level of martial lord. The burly man was finally unable to resist. That person seems familiar. In the crowd, a young man in a purple robe with a golden monkey on his shoulder looked at the burly man who was at a disadvantage in the air. He raised his eyebrows and seemed to find him familiar. It was Du Xiaofu who came to join in the fun. The guy you let go of in the 4 Seas Inn. Yi Piaoling said. Seems like it. I remember now. That guy isn't a good person either. However, he is good to his own people. He is quite loyal. Du Xiaofu remembered that the burly man seemed to be Hua Fankong, the leader of the Kuei Sha gang in the Four Seas Inn in the Dark City. He didn't expect to meet him here again. Bang! Finally, Hua Fankong's fists were unable to fight against four hands. The middle-aged man in the mysterious level of martial lord behind him punched him in the back. His body fell from the sky onto the hillside and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, on the hillside, Hua Fankong's body rubbed against the ground for more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. His face was pale. The two middle-aged men in the martial lord realm besieged Hua Fankong again. One of them, a middle-aged man in a long robe, looked down at Hua Fankong who was on the ground. His eyes were cold and he shouted, "Hand over the spiritual weapon." Bah! Hua Fankong stood up and spat out the remaining blood in his mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the middle-aged man in a long robe who had just spoken. He said in a deep voice, "You want a spiritual weapon after killing my brother? Dream on. If you don't hand over the spiritual weapon, die." The middle-aged man in a long robe continued to say coldly. "Ha!" Hua Fankong laughed and sneered, "Do you people from the Tianhu Empire think that I'm a fool? Even if I hand it over to you, I'm afraid that I won't be any better. Furthermore, you killed my brother and you want my spiritual weapon. Do you think that the people of the dark forest are spineless?" The middle-aged man in a long robe sneered with a sense of superiority in his eyes. The Tianhu Empire was much stronger than the Stone Dragon Empire. Moreover, this guy in front of him was only from the dark forest. They looked down on the dark forest, just like how the people in the city look down on the people in the slums. If you don't have the strength, then don't force yourself. Since you don't want to hand it over, then I'll have to fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man in a long robe unleashed his aura. He threw out a palm print that was as powerful as the ocean towards Hua Fankong. Hua Fankong's eyes darkened and he gritted his teeth. Chi! At this moment, a black-robed figure appeared in front of Hua Fankong and threw out a palm print towards the middle-aged man in a long robe. Bang! A low muffled sound was emitted. Energy poured out in a violent manner. The black-clothed figure merely swayed a little, but the long-clothed middle-aged man staggered back a couple of steps. His eyes revealed a shocked expression. He immediately lifted his head and looked at the person who had charged out. The black-robed figure who had suddenly appeared was Yi Piaoling. His expression was indifferent, but his eyes were sharp. "It's you, little brother." Hua Fankong was stunned for a moment before he recognized Yi Piaoling. He was pleasantly surprised. He wanted to call Yi Piaoling little brother, but he couldn't bring himself to call Yi Piaoling little brother, when he recalled the terrifying strength of the black-robed young man at the Four Seas Inn. "I don't understand. Why do you like to meddle in other people's business?" A faint voice was heard. Du Xiaofu appeared beside Yi Piaoling. Du Xiaoyao, who was on his shoulder, was looking around with her pale golden eyes. When Hua Fankong saw Du Xiaofu, he was shocked as well. He had personally witnessed the fierceness and killing intent of this purple-robed young man. Yi Piaoling looked at Hua Fankong and smiled. He then said to Du Xiaofu, "I saved this guy because I owed you a favor. Now that I see him, I naturally don't want him to die in front of me." "That's true. If this guy died in front of you, it would be uncomfortable. I didn't kill this guy, but it would be uncomfortable for him to die in front of me." Du Xiaofu nodded. He understood Yi Piaoling's feelings. The two of them chatted. At this moment, they didn't even care about the middle-aged man in the martial lord realm. They didn't even look at him. Where did this kid come from? How dare he meddle in other people's business? Seeing that Yi Piaoling and Du Xiaofu had intervened, the other middle-aged man, who had been silent all this while, had an ugly expression on his face. He wore a loose robe, and his cultivation was at the profound martial marquis realm. Go as far as you can from now on. You can't kill this guy. Du Xiaofu said to the middle-aged man in the loose robe. Kid, you sure are arrogant. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In front of the Tianhu Empire, you can't meddle in other people's business. You better scram. The middle-aged man in the loose robe looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a deep voice. You're courting death. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly trembled, and his expression suddenly became gloomy and cold. Today's update is complete. Chapter 335. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Brat, you must be tired of living. The middle-aged man in a wide robe of the martial lord realm was shocked. Then, he flew into a rage, his eyes filled with anger. As the head of a prefecture, who would normally dare to speak to him in such a manner? But now, this seemingly young man actually dared to provoke him in such a manner. How could he not be enraged? Instantly, a terrifying martial lord's mysterious aura pressed down on Du Xiaofu. You're the one who's tired of living. Come and die. Under the pressure of the chi of the martial marquis realm cultivator, Du Xiaofu's expression was cold and unmoved. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he pointed at the middle-aged man in a wide robe and shouted. Du Xiaofu did not take the middle-aged man in a wide robe seriously at all. He had already killed a martial lord realm nirvana realm cultivator. Why would he be afraid of a martial lord realm mystery realm cultivator? What an arrogant young man. That's a prefecture head of the Tianhu Empire. He's very strong. That young man is probably the head of some empire. Usually, he doesn't take anyone seriously. Now, he's so arrogant in front of a martial lord realm expert. The surrounding crowd instantly started discussing. No one was optimistic about Du Xiaofu. No matter how strong a young man was, could he deal with a martial lord realm cultivator? That was impossible. That bastard is going to be in big trouble. Only Hua Fankong was secretly laughing. Although the purple-robed young man was also his enemy and had almost taken his life last time and even stole his Qianquan bag, in this situation, Hua Fankong naturally chose to put himself and Du Xiaofu on the same side. At this moment, Hua Fankong was waiting to see the end of the middle-aged man in a wide robe. He had seen with his own eyes how fierce the purple-robed young man was. However, at this moment, Hua Fankong was also slightly worried. The middle-aged man in a wide robe was at the martial lord realm mystery realm. From the situation at the Four Seas Inn, the purple-robed young man did not seem to have the strength to deal with a martial lord realm mystery realm cultivator. Little bastard, no matter who you are, you're going to die today. The middle-aged man in a wide robe couldn't endure it any longer. A wave of killing intent surged, and a cold light filled his eyes. His figure suddenly shot out explosively, and his profound chi surged like a storm. He waved his hand, and a palm print directly blasted towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! The moment a martial lord realm expert of the mystical level attacked, his aura overflowed the heavens. A storm of energy swept out, shaking the hearts and souls of people. Wherever the figure of the middle-aged man in a wide robe passed, space would faintly distort. The aura of a martial marquis's mysterious cultivation level erupted without reservation, and a terrifying oppressive force swept out along with the flickering of runes. Such a vigorous aura caused the spectators in the distance to feel an enormous pressure. The strength of a martial marquis mysterious level expert had definitely reached a terrifying level. Under the enormous pressure, Du Xiaofu still did not move. The enormous pressure swept out, causing his purple robe to flutter. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Du Xiaofu allowed the palm strike to directly strike his chest. He didn't dodge or evade, and directly took the palm strike of a martial marquis realm expert head-on. The layer of light golden profound chi defense on his body was directly destroyed, and then the palm strike directly landed on his chest. "You're courting death." At the same time, Du Xiaofu's expression was ice-cold. In a world where strength was respected, how could he be too benevolent? Killing intent spread out from his clear eyes in an instant. He waved his hand, and golden talisman mysterious runes wrapped around his palm. His hand was like a palm leaf fan as it swung out. Whoosh! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's hand was like a rock spreading its wings. A dent appeared in space, and it carried the domineering will of the golden rock. It fiercely rose up, and with the force of thunder, it heavily smashed onto the head of the middle-aged man in a wide robe. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in a wide robe seemed to have suddenly felt something. His pupils abruptly shrank, but it was already too late. Boom! A low muffled sound rang out, and terrifying talismans spread out. The energy spread out like a storm, and on the entire mountain top, cracks spread out rapidly, as if there was an earthquake. Thump thump, Du Xiaofu's figure was shaken by the opponent's palm, and he staggered back 7 steps before stabilizing his body. Everything under his feet turned into dust. But at this moment, the middle-aged man in a wide robe, who was at the mysterious level of Martial Marquis mysterious level, had his head, which was the weakest part of his body, shattered into pieces. Du Xiaofu's sky-shaking wings directly smashed his head into a bloody mist. The entire surrounding space suddenly became silent. And all of this was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, all of the onlookers thought that the purple-robed youth was too arrogant, but they did not expect the purple-robed youth's strength to be so terrifying. A Martial Marquis mysterious level expert's head was smashed into pieces with a single slap. Such strength, how terrifying. At this moment, everyone in the Tianhu Empire was dumbfounded, and they could not recover from their shock. You can go to hell too. After Du Xiaofu retreated a few steps, he stabilized his body. Golden light suddenly burst out, and the mysterious qi under his feet surged out. His figure was like a god, and with an extremely strange speed, he directly pounced towards the middle-aged man in a long robe, who was also dumbfounded at this moment. The middle-aged man in a long robe, who had just reached the Martial Marquis realm, was shocked, but the purple-robed youth had already appeared in front of him in a flash. A domineering aura crushed over, and the space was about to be sealed, making it difficult for him to retreat. In a panic, the middle-aged man in a long robe clenched his teeth and condensed his hand seals. Talismans surged, and he connected with his martial vein and merged with his vein spirit. Roar! A crimson-red, scaled figure of a strange beast, which looked like a tiger or a wolf, appeared. It had 4 wings, and its aura was ferocious and terrifying. It flapped its wings and swept out, sweeping towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! A terrifying energy storm spread over the mountain top, and sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground shook until it cracked. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. Facing the ferocious demonic beast's vain spirit phantom, he directly rushed to kill it. Just as the vain spirit phantom swept over, he waved his hand and grabbed it, wrapped in golden talismans and mysterious runes. The golden claw print expanded and distorted the space. Chi-la-la, in a flash, the vain spirit phantom, for some reason, suddenly showed fear in its eyes, and then it was directly torn apart by Du Xiaofu's claw. It turned into a storm-like talisman that spread out, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Kill! Du Xiaofu's figure continued to sweep out, and with the momentum of thunder, he fiercely punched the chest of the middle-aged man in a long robe, who was suddenly spurting blood. Bang! The middle-aged man's pupils contracted in fear, and his expression was shocked and unwilling, but he was powerless to resist. Poochie! Blood spurted out, and the middle-aged man in a long robe's chest was directly shattered, and he was directly killed. He had just reached the Martial Marquis realm, and he had no power to resist. In just a few breaths, a Martial Marquis at the mysterious level and a Martial Marquis realm cultivator at the initial level were both dead on the spot. Goo goo! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If these two martial marquis realm cultivators were killed by other experts, they might only sigh and not be shocked. However, at this moment, these two martial marquis realm experts were killed by a purple-robed youth, and this could not help but be shocked. Bastard, who dares to kill the people of my Tianhu Empire? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and from the distant sky, a flowing figure suddenly swept over, bringing with it an incomparably powerful aura. Boom! As this person landed on the messy mountain, the entire ground began to tremble. The person who came was an old man in his 50s. He had a wide forehead and a big face, and his eyes were bright. He looked at the corpses of the middle-aged martial marquis realm cultivators on the ground, and anger shot out from his eyes. Grand Mansion Master Lu and the others were killed by the purple-robed youth. On the mountain top, the dozens of Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators saw the old man in his 50s as if they had seen their savior. They immediately rushed over, and their faces were pale with fear. Kid, are you the one who killed the people of my Tianhu Empire? The old man in his 50s looked at Du Xiaofu, and a cold light shot out from his bright eyes. However, when he looked at Du Xiaofu, he was secretly puzzled. Does a young man really have the strength to kill two martial marquis realm experts? Among them, there was one at the mysterious level of the martial marquis realm. Even if he were to attack, it would be difficult to successfully kill him. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man in his 50s and looked at him coldly. He said in a deep voice, "You are only at the Nirvana realm of the martial marquis realm. A few days ago, I killed two of them. If you don't get lost, I will kill you on the spot. Get lost." His shout was like thunder, rumbling and overbearing. Oh my God, did this young man really kill martial marquis realm experts at the Nirvana realm? The surrounding onlookers were shocked, and their eyes trembled as they looked at the purple-robed youth. They could not help but tremble. The old man in his 50s from the Tianhu Empire was also shocked at this moment, and his eyes were faintly trembling. He was only at the Nirvana realm of the martial marquis realm. If what the young man said was true, then he would most likely be killed by the young man. Let's go. After fiercely glaring at Du Xiaofu, the old man in his 50s gritted his teeth and said to the dozens of spiritual pulse realm cultivators beside him. He flicked his sleeves and immediately left. The old man in his 50s was scared. The young man had easily killed two martial marquis realm experts. He was most likely telling the truth. He had really killed martial marquis realm experts at the Nirvana realm. Moreover, for a young man with such strength to appear, it was enough to prove that his talent was terrifying, and his background was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps his family or the sect behind him would not be at ease to let him come out alone. Most likely, there would be super experts following him. If the super experts behind him were to appear, then it would be even worse. Whoosh whoosh, seeing that the mansion master had left, the dozens of spiritual pulse realm cultivators did not dare to stay and immediately fled in panic. Whoosh whoosh. The surrounding people gasped. A martial marquis realm expert at the Nirvana realm had just come in rage, but in the blink of an eye, he was intimidated and retreated by the purple-robed youth. That purple-robed youth was so domineering. Chapter 336. Looking at the people from the Tianhu Empire leaving, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes moved. In the world of cultivators, strength was everything, and the weak were always bullied. If he had not just displayed enough strength to make that martial lord of the Nirvana realm cultivator fearful, the other party would not have left so easily. I thought you were really going to kill that martial lord of the Nirvana realm, old man. Yi Piaoling walked up to Du Xiaofu's side with a smile, but there was also some shock in her eyes. It could be seen that in just a few days of seclusion, this guy's strength had increased by a lot. Martial Lord of the Nirvana realm is troublesome to kill. I don't have time now. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Being able to kill a martial lord of the mystery realm did not mean that he could kill a martial lord of the Nirvana realm. Even if he teamed up with Du Xiaoyao, it would still be troublesome. Moreover, there were countless strong people here. If it caused any unnecessary trouble, it would not be necessary. Your physical body has been cultivated to a terrifying level. Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu. To be fine after taking an attack from a martial lord of the mystery realm head-on, this physical body was too terrifying. That guy's strength is too weak. If it were you, I would not dare to take it head-on. Du Xiaofu said. What he said was the truth. If it were Yi Piaoling's attack, he would not dare to take it head-on either. I can feel the traces of a seal. There are energy waves inside. Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao said to Du Xiaofu. Her pale golden eyes looked at the barren mountain peaks on the left. Is there another seal inside this seal? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. This was already a sealed land. At this moment, he did not expect there to be another sealed land inside this sealed land. As for Du Xiaoyao's talent, Du Xiaofu naturally did not doubt it. Let's go over there and take a look. Du Xiaofu looked to the left and said to Yi Piaoling. Yi Piaoling nodded. Just as the two of them were about to head to the left, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the heavily injured Hua Fankong. Hua Fankong looked at Du Xiaofu and Yi Piaoling. He mustered his courage and said, Gentlemen, thank you for saving me. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Yi Piaoling and Du Xiaofu looked at each other. Then, Yi Piaoling looked at Hua Fankong and said, I saved you because I didn't want to see you lose your life in front of me. We don't need anyone to follow us. Go. I know you don't need anyone to follow you. Hua Fankong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale as he said, The people I brought are all dead. I'm also heavily injured. This time, there are many people from the Tianhu Empire. If I meet a few of them, I'll definitely be in trouble. Therefore, it's definitely safer to follow you. You're really not polite. Your life and death has nothing to do with us. We saved you because we didn't want to see you die in front of us. If we don't see you die, then it's fine. Du Xiaofu looked at Hua Fankong and thought that this person was weird. It was just that Du Xiaofu didn't want to bring a stranger with him. This wasn't a good thing. Since you have taken my Qinkuan bag, let me follow you. I think you have just arrived here not long ago. You must be here to search for treasures. I have been in this sealed land for a long time. Now, I have a better understanding of the situation here. I am familiar with which places have been searched and which have not been searched. Letting me follow you will not be useless. Hua Fankong looked at Du Xiaofu and Yi Piaoling. He was currently injured. If he continued to stay in the sealed grounds, the consequences would be dire if he encountered people from the Tianhu Empire or some ordinary mortal enemies. However, he was unwilling to leave just like that. Looking at the two young men in front of him, Hua Fankong continued, You don't have to expend too much effort to bring me along. Although I'm not as strong as you and I'm still injured, I'm still able to protect myself under normal circumstances. Besides, although I, Hua Fankong, dare not say that I'm a good person, I know how to repay kindness. You saved me, so I won't stab you in the back. Even if you find treasures, you can share some with me. Even if you don't share, I'll be satisfied as long as I can see the treasures appear. Let's go. We don't need anyone to follow us. Yi Piaoling shook his head. His expression gradually changed. It was so sharp that no one dared to approach him. All right. Thank you for saving my life. I'll repay you next time. Hua Fankong could feel the aura on Yi Piaoling's body. He couldn't help but tremble. He cupped his fist and prepared to leave. Wait. You said that you're familiar with this place. Have you been searched before? Du Xiaofu looked at Hua Fankong and pointed at the mountain range on the left. Hua Fankong raised his head and looked at the sky on the left. He then replied to Du Xiaofu, Someone should have searched around there. However, I'm not sure about the distance. I heard that a lot of experts have gone there recently. There are too many experts, so many of the weaker ones don't dare to get close. Old Yi, how about letting him follow us? Du Xiaofu turned to Yi Piaoling and asked. It's up to you. Yi Piaoling didn't have any objections and nodded at Du Xiaofu. I can let you follow us. However, you have to remember that if you dare to do anything, don't blame me for being impolite. Du Xiaofu looked at Hua Fankong. His eyes were slightly gloomy and emitted a faint chill that made people's hair stand on end. Don't worry. I, Hua Fankong, am not a person who bites the hand that feeds me. Hua Fankong patted his chest and said. Swoosh swoosh, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Then, the three of them soared into the sky and left. Who exactly is that young man? He's so powerful. I remember now. That young man seems to be from Tianwu Academy. Back then, he was the fiercest one in the Four Seas Inn in the Dark City. I remember now. That young man wore a cloak and bought the mysterious spirit heaven vine in the Mu family's trading company. Later on, he was pursued by experts from the pavilion and castle. I didn't expect him to appear again. He seems to be getting stronger. That young man seems to be called Du Xiaofu. As Du Xiaofu's group soared into the sky, many discussions spread out. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, Yi Piaoling, and Hua Fankong soared into the sky and appeared in a densely packed mountain range. Bang, bang, there were fights everywhere. In the distant sky, a one-eyed expert slapped out with his palm, and a resplendent light erupted. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, like a mountain torrent. In the end, a burly man was sent flying. His body smashed into the ground, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. What powerful strength! Could he have reached the martial king realm? Du Xiaofu was shocked. Even from afar, he could feel how terrifying the one-eyed expert was. Even from afar, he could feel that the profound energy in his body was about to stagnate. It's still in front. The seal there is very powerful. Du Xiaoyao continued to look ahead and felt the traces of the seal. Let's go. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. He didn't know if it was because of his pulse spirit, but he could faintly feel that there was a suppressed aura in front of him that was about to burst out. Look, the two sect leaders of the twin hatred sect are fighting with someone. They seem to be fighting over a talisman weapon. On top of a canyon, a tall and thin old man was fighting fiercely with two old men in long robes who were around 70 years old. They looked very similar to twins. Three terrifying auras spread out, and each of them had the power to distort space. Rumble. At this moment, the three of them were fighting. Profound chi filled the sky and runes were dazzling. The battle was so fierce that it made people tremble in fear. It's really the twin hatred sects Hentian Hentian. In the crowd, Du Xiaofu looked at the three people fighting fiercely. Du Xiaofu had seen the two old men in their 70s before. They were the twin hatred sects Hentian Hentian brothers, who were both in the martial king realm. At this moment, the other tall and thin old man was actually able to fight evenly with the two brothers. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the dark forest. At this moment, the tall and thin old man was so powerful. Hentian Hentian and Hentian Hentian are very powerful. When they join forces, they are even more powerful. Even the Mu family fort master Mu Mingqing, the Black Fiend sect master Shui Tianqiu, and the myriad cloud pavilion master Wan Sanpang are afraid of them. Hua Fankong said to Du Xiaofu and Yi Piaoling. Let's go. Du Xiaofu lowered his head and quietly left. Many people from the twin hatred sect had seen him before. If someone recognized him, it would definitely not be a good thing. Following Du Xiaoyao's directions, Du Xiaofu also quietly left and there were many people around in order to not attract attention. The three of them also encountered many disputes and fights from time to time. In the middle of it, they were almost affected. However, some people felt that the three of them were not ordinary and immediately left, not daring to provoke them. In the sky above a valley, Du Xiaofu saw the Mu family fort master Mu Mingqing and the Black Fiend sect master Xue Tianqiu fighting. Boom! Mu Mingqing's battle saber runes filled the sky. The energy fluctuated violently and the profound qi was monstrous. It swept across the sky, causing the space to ripple. Whoosh! Xue Tianqiu gripped the black saber tightly. The murderous aura was monstrous, causing people's hearts to tremble and their hairs to stand on end. Rumble. For some reason, the two of them were fighting. Both of them had the power to suppress the sky. Every move they made was soul-stirring. The sound of energy explosions was incessant. The terrifying energy storm made people not dare to get close. If they were not strong enough and were affected, the outcome could be imagined. Chapter 337. Rumble. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The two of them started fighting for some reason. Both of them had the power to suppress the sky. Every move they made shook the hearts of the onlookers. Sonic booms of energy could be heard everywhere. The terrifying energy storm kept people away. As expected of the fort master of the Mu family fort and the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect. The strength of a martial king is indeed terrifying. Hua Fankong's eyes trembled as he watched the battle between the two powerhouses in the sky. The strength of a martial king was also what he wanted. It was a pity that to reach the level of a martial king, even if one had the cultivation of a martial lord, one could only look on helplessly. Out of the countless martial marquises, those who had the talent and the opportunity to step into the martial king realm were extremely rare among the martial marquises. Many martial lords who were at the peak of the complete martial lord realm could not reach the level of a martial king even after spending their entire lives. Let's go. Du Xiaofu looked at the fight between the two powerhouses in mid-air. Naturally, he owed the Mu clan fort a favor. However, at this time, he could not help with his strength. Even if he showed up to help, he was afraid that he would bring a lot of trouble to the Mu clan fort. Yi Piaoling nodded. The three of them continued to leave silently among the crowd. The surrounding onlookers were all watching the fight between the two top powers in the sky. No one paid attention to the three of them. They did not know how vast the inside of the sealed land was. The three of them flew over many mountains, but they still had not reached their destination. Rumor has it that the honorable weapon has reached the cultivation of an 8-star spiritual talisman master. It is really terrifying to be able to seal such a large space. I'm afraid that the honorable weapon is not only a talisman master, but also an array talisman master, Yi Piaoling said softly. 8-star spiritual talisman master. I wonder when he will be able to reach that level. Du Xiaofu sighed. An 8-star spiritual talisman master was equivalent to a martial honorable. It was the true top power in this mainland. Just ahead. It's just ahead. The fluctuation of the seal is getting more and more intense. The aura seems to be very terrifying. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. She could feel a terrifying fluctuation coming from the seal, causing her gaze to become a little solemn. Let's be careful. Du Xiaofu said to Yi Piaoling, and very good looking. The aura coming from the front made their hearts tremble for no reason. Then, the three of them continued forward. Along the way, they were very careful and did not dare to be careless. Especially after hearing from Hua Fankong that there were many puppets in the sealed land, Du Xiaofu had to be even more careful. Those puppets must have been refined by Senior Weapon Sovereign. Rumor has it that the puppets refined by Senior Weapon Sovereign are shockingly powerful. Back then, many top sects in the central continent wanted to recruit Senior Weapon Sovereign, not only because of Senior Weapon Sovereign's strength and refining skills, but also because of Senior Weapon Sovereign's skills in refining puppets, said Yi Piaoling. Puppet. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not know much about puppets. However, Du Xiaofu had heard Jin Qingchun mention a little about puppets. It was said that some weapon talisman masters could refine various puppets with refining materials, just like refining spiritual weapons and talisman weapons. Puppets were also divided into many types. Puppets could be refined with refining materials, puppets could also be refined with demonic beasts, and so on. There were many types, but there were very few weapon talisman masters who could refine puppets, and even fewer weapon talisman masters who could refine powerful puppets. The puppets refined by weapon talisman masters would be completely obedient to their masters after they were equipped with special means. They would never betray their masters and would follow their masters' orders. After learning about puppets from Jin Qingchun, Du Xiaofu had thought that if he could refine puppets, it would be a good choice to refine a lot of puppets by his side. However, Jin Qingchun was not good at refining weapons and knew even less about refining puppets. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not take the matter of refining puppets to heart. At dusk, the afterglow of the sun shone on the horizon. In the depths of a barren mountain range, there was a large valley. The valleys were continuous like cliffs. The depths of the valley were terrifyingly quiet and desolate. The surroundings of this valley were even more desolate, causing people to feel uneasy for no reason. At this moment, there was no one near this place. However, it was not that there was no one at all. It was just that there were very few people. When they saw each other, they were all quite defensive. It's around here. Du Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed as he stared at the deep valley in front of him. This aura is very terrifying. Du Xiaofu said softly. For no reason, he felt an extremely terrifying aura around him. It was as if a monstrous beast was about to erupt. The faint aura made people's souls uneasy and extremely terrifying. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help came from the space in front of him. In the valley, several figures rushed out in a panic and fled quickly. Tsk tisk. Two streaks of light shot into the sky like lightning, tearing two Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators who were fleeing in panic into pieces. Du Xiaofu, Yi Piaoling, and Hua Fankong stared at the two streams of light. They saw that the two streams of light were extremely majestic. Their bodies were bronze in color, as if they were covered in armor. There were runes on their bodies and an extremely violent aura spread out. The two figures were completely in human form, but their heads were in the shape of wolf heads. Their eyes were shining brightly. Ao, a wolf-like howl was emitted from the mouth of the strange human-shaped wolf-headed creature. Its hands were like the claws of a wolf, and runes covered them. It seemed as if it wanted to tear space apart. With a wave of its hand, it tore the numerous people who were fleeing into pieces. That's a wolf puppet. It can kill puppets in the Martial Lord Realm and the Martial Lord Realm at the mystery level. 2 days ago, Mu Mingqing, the master of the Mu family fort, and Wan Sanpang, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, each obtained one. Seeing the human-shaped wolf-headed figure, Hua Fankong's expression changed drastically. He had seen the terrifying puppet with his own eyes. It tore a Martial Lord Realm mysterious level cultivator into pieces. So that's a puppet. Looking at the two puppets in the air, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. This was the first time that Du Xiaofu had come into contact with puppets. The terrifying aura was extremely powerful. The puppet's level was not low. Ao. In the air, the two puppets stared at Du Xiaofu, Yi Piaoling, and Hua Fankong. The eyes of the two puppets were filled with emotionless indifference and killing intent. That kind of killing intent and indifference was like a simple instinct that did not carry any emotion. It caused people to feel a chill in their hearts when they looked at the ice-cold killing intent in their eyes. Oh no, we've been targeted by the puppets. Hua Fankong's expression changed. He instinctively wanted to run away. The puppet was too powerful. He knew that he could not fight against it. However, when he saw Du Xiaofu and Yi Piaoling making their moves, Hua Fankong gritted his teeth and continued to stand behind them. There are only two effective ways to deal with puppets. The first is to destroy them directly. The second is to destroy their control. However, the second is too difficult. It's impossible to do, Yi Piaoling said to Du Xiaofu. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Ao. As soon as Yi Piaoling finished speaking, the two wolf puppets had already swooped down. The runes on their bodies exploded as if they had the power to wipe out 1,000 soldiers. One for each of us. Du Xiaofu's expression also turned serious. As soon as he finished speaking to Yi Piaoling, one of the wolf puppets had already pounced in front of him like lightning. Its majestic body was at least 2 meters tall. Flowing runes were shining brightly. It carried a terrifying energy that seemed to be able to suppress and freeze space. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. A huge claw tore through space, trying to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. Oscillating fist. Profound qi erupted from his body, and profound qi gushed out from the soles of his feet. Du Xiaofu's feet touched the ground, and his figure soared into the sky. He also wanted to test just how terrifying this puppet was. The oscillating fist condensed, and 13 consecutive sounds exploded in the air. Immediately, the fist heavily collided with the wolf puppet's claw. Bang bang. With a low muffled sound, the runes exploded. The muffled sound was like thunder. Under the terrifying force, Du Xiaofu's figure staggered and retreated. Swish, his feet landed on the ground. Then, he rubbed against the ground and retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing his body. Under the violent force, Du Xiaofu's profound qi stagnated. His fist was a little numb. On the other hand, the wolf puppet was only slightly pushed back. What a terrifying puppet! Du Xiaofu exclaimed in his heart. He had always had some confidence in his physical body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's fist was numb. This proved how terrifying this puppet was. These puppets are all made from refining materials. You can't easily take them head-on. Yi Piaoling's voice came from not far away. At this moment, facing the other wolf puppet's attack, Yi Piaoling didn't take it head-on. Her voice was like a ghost as she dodged. However, the wolf puppet's speed was just as terrifying. Suddenly, the majestic figure turned around and continued to attack Yi Piaoling. Every attack was at full strength. It was simple and fierce. A woo. In a short period of time, the wolf puppet that was slightly pushed back attacked Du Xiaofu again. Its claws swept over with vigorous and sharp momentum. These puppets were all at the martial lord realm or above the nirvana realm. They also had terrifying puppet bodies. It could be said that these puppets' bodies were much more terrifying than the bodies of ordinary demonic beasts. They were originally made from refining materials, so their defense was extremely terrifying. Wave-like carefree steps. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to take it head-on. He activated wave-like carefree steps to dodge. Today's update is complete. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.